Subi, I told my channel artist that instead of buying me gifts, she should draw for me. Because she doesn't have money to spend on gifts, but she keeps buying them, and I feel bad. Like, you know, it's hard enough to live today when you're not spending all your money on a streamer. Right? Like, if you're gonna do something for me, like, draw for me. Don't, I know, okay. Like, you have comms, that's fair, I can wait, but, like, okay, when I hear the phrase, I spent my comm money on you, I'm flattered that you wanted to help, to support my stream. I'm genuinely flattered. Oh, fuck. I just need to say this again. I am genuinely flattered. So, I just realized something. A side of my stream isn't functioning right. Give me a moment. I need to turn on the YouTube bot. Hello, Hata-san! We'll be here in a minute. Say, can you hear parody at all? I just realized that, parody, help me out here. That Discord might be muted still. That's what I'm saying. Discord might be muted still. Okay, shit. I thought, okay, this is a me problem. I thought this fucking program was running, and it wasn't. Oh, it is running, okay. So, oh, there we go. Boop, boop. There we go. So, Neverness to Everness is still pretty mid. Oh, you can only hear me, got it. Now, we studio mode, basic full screen input. Oh right, I remember the problem. We need to, oop. This game has fucking oh good, we still have Seiki Meia's, oh, right. I'm so sorry about this parody. You know I'm a fucking disaster when I start. Like, I am, the intensely disasterific. Okay, we have the fucking audio, wait. This should be capturing fucking, okay. It says it's capturing Seiki Meia, but there is no Seiki Meia on the screen. What the? Seiki Meia spun glass. Okay. Yes, I blamed it. It's the time travel rock, you see. Okay, I touched the future version of the time travel rock, right? But it set my, so it set my position to a past in which okay, Jesus Christ, why isn't this fucking setting up? Hey there, Braxton! Okay, no. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Alright, there we go. There we go! This is Seiki Meia Spun Glass. It is a deeply exhausting... Jesus Christ. If you're gonna make an accusation, make it, Braxton. I have VR chat to sexually harass a say-so cat girl VTuber. I'm on record, okay? That's not what other people I know would say. Other people I know, Astral, would probably say if you use VR chat, you are a pedophile. And, like, if you're gonna say something like that, make an accusation. Don't use vague language like, I know what you are. Say what you're actually thinking. I prefer people who are direct. I think it's kind of a stereotype that people who use, there's some kind of weird stereotype that people who use VR chat are, like, all furries or predators. Can happen to tell you that furries are fucking obnoxious. Oh, right! We're gonna change the past.
Here we go.
Well, at least it's VR chat getting captured and not like that time that time I was looking for image files to use in a game, and someone decided to clip my adult folder. Try to change the past. Except we're not changing the fucking past, because the way it works here is that the changes already happened. Yes. I didn't know if I could accomplish it, but the chance was about whether to... That time I got reincarnated with a VTuber and committed a murder-suicide and got reincarnated as the hero in the other world. Blah blah blah. I don't know if I'm going to accomplish it, but the choice was about whether to try. I would be caught by police or be beaten to the punch by someone else in the future. If the latter happened, I was letting it happen by not acting. It was my own fault, it was all a mess. There was no way not to make it one. I wanted to talk to Mia again, but even if I saved her, that wouldn't happen. She hadn't deserved to die. So I could trade positions with her. I wouldn't be doing it for some twisted form of recognition, as nobody would know what had happened. My other self would exist in my place, and I'd step aside. Okay. I would change the past. I had a way to say Mia, Atsuki, Isla, Kate, Naomi, Irina. Someone on this list does not belong here. I have a chance to save Kate? You mean the culprit? Who I'm pretty sure... Okay. I am pretty sure Kate murdered Naomi. Then, accidentally incriminated himself trying to prove his innocence to Irina. They fought and Irina murders him. Angela is already dead. We can't save her. I drove from the 15th to change the past alone. And even though I hadn't been aware of what would happen, I'd considered the outcome with my other self. Your other self? What? Looking down at the small town had finally brought me to lean towards an option. I decided to do my best to change the past. Its possible consequences didn't outweigh the good that could be achieved. I'm taking a picture of this to bug report it. Parody, look at this text scrolling.
Yeah, it's a little messed up.
Wait. But that tower in the distance, couldn't go there. The day I'd enter that building again would likely to be the last day of my normal life, and even though I decided the thought could still freeze me in place, that you're gonna change time. Look, I don't like this game, by the way. I mean, Braxton, it's not unusual that I have an adult folder. I play hentai games on stream. Okay, I'm currently on hiatus for that because I have a strike on my account. days I had to persist, but that couldn't happen. My life in Yushibana was likely soon to end, and I could choose the length of that last stretch. Hey there, Light! What do you mean your life in Yushibana was soon to end? That's wrong. Do you know how we know? We saw the other ending, and everyone else dies and Shiroya lives. If I saved Mia, I wouldn't show myself to her, Atsuki and the other me, even though I didn't know yet what I would do. That's not how it works, Shiroya. Let me get this straight. They still don't know about alternate world lines, right?
Right.
By this point, the player has presumably figured it out, right? Because of the... I would hope that the player has figured it out.
I think so from what Taxes was saying about it before.
I'm glad Taxus is alive. I thought he died. It's in his name. Taxes. There's like plenty of motivation to kill him. So the issue to solve was the possibility of a knowledgeable enemy who could change the past on their own and steal the Seiki Man before the 15th. You need to solve yourself an Atsuki. We know there is another Atsuki wandering around here. I couldn't do much to combat that aside from rushing in, which I found way too risky, so I settled on another course of action and accepted I would take it. Thursday was 2 days away. Every Thursday morning an event would be held in the tower. That was the day I would choose to step into the building for the second time and find the Seiki Man that was surely confined inside. I tried to breathe properly. If I wasn't beaten to it, I had only one more day that I'd chosen to give myself, hopelessly refusing to let them end so soon. Okay, so let's be clear. What are my notes here? Like, I have not substantially learned anything that I'd want to give notes.
Can you increase the Discord stream resolution?
Oh, thank you. I had to decrease it because someone's internet, yeah, that's easy, thanks. You know what we have? We have the power of 1440p!
Nice.
Okay, so, let's be real. It's Atsuki following her, isn't it? But I'd already assumed it was probably him. So how is everyone today?
Alright.
And the very next one, I'd go to the tower in the morning and think about the best way to act. Then I'd put the event into effect that very night. What did the event be? I know Atsuki had read the upcoming ones and that said that the only one seemed interesting in late January. There are people who are probably asked about the Seiki Man. It might even be held in the event room. We had bought entrance tickets for the 15th many days prior, but when we'd waited in the lobby, I'd heard people trying to buy them at the reception desk. They'd all been sold out, but if you could buy the tickets directly there, it was probably common to do so on the day of less important events. Okay, I need to actually think about something. Tax is asked when we are. So it would be actually... Okay, we're in the past. We know we're in the past. But it's an interesting question because I wonder if he was hinting that the reason that this is a question because of where we spawned in. But because I know we spawned in the hole because we're going to be at the hole 15 days of relative time from now. Okay. Does Remember 11 have you... Remember 11 has like time travel, right? Does it actually have you worrying about relative time versus absolute time like this? Like 15 days from the 15th versus like 15 days ago from your perspective on the 15th, which is not actually 15 days ago from the 15th because you are in some fucking time loop living out 15 extra days and Got it. Wait. Aren't you always on mobile when you're here? And if there are none left, I'll just pay for a normal visit, joining whatever special event will happen as essential. I had to stop staring ahead. The strong wind kept whipping snow into my face, and prickling pains dripped to the corners of my eyes. Scanning the ground, I took the path that circled Yishibana. I'm gonna slice of life some more. Bye, Hata! The way wasn't perfectly even, and traversing the dense snow was difficult. I had to take the next path leading down, and I couldn't easily see it in the distance due to its identical color. Good night, Hata. You are welcome to sleep listening to me. Right. I don't want to read this shit. I stepped down the steep path, careful not to trip. Jeez. She's walking down the path, the narrow path, blah blah blah, 2 minutes away from home. This looks like some side street in England. There's someone behind me again. It's probably Atsuki or your past self. This doesn't look like Japan. I know it's a nitpick, but this doesn't look like Japan. Like, I just want to complain about this again. This doesn't look like Japan. I could see the metallic staircase far ahead, but I debated whether to stop. No, yesterday that didn't work. They'll just run away. Really? Canada! Thank you, Autumn Leaves! Wait, these are photos? I didn't know that. Hello, Autumn Leaves! Oh, that's right. I forgot to announce my stream in my playthrough channel. Well, by the way, welcome to the channel. Parody and Sylvie are usually here with us because they are. By the way, I take it you finished the game? Like, I've been told I've basically ripped the mystery apart, that I figured out so much, like, before I'm supposed to. Like, I had 3 parallel worlds figured out by chapter 1. I had how it positions you. Like, the only part of the Seikimea I still don't grasp is the correlation between time spent out of the cold and time travel. That's the only part of it I don't really grasp. I'm assuming there's 2. I have a decent idea of how Isla died. And, well, look what I had to say. Parody asked me during the Forbidden Relay ending, "You're gonna have to explain to me what we just learned there." And I said nothing. We learned nothing. We're supposed to learn something, but I'd already figured out most of it already. Okay. First off, I think there's an important thing we need to understand first. Isla dies through closed loop. We need it is fundamentally similar to Sai's shitty magic tricks. He's playing with closed loops. But if she died through closed loop, that means she has to touch the past Seikimea. The one that takes you to the past. That's the one in there. She found her dead body. Caveat! I think I need to say this. She didn't find her dead body. Isla, I think, hadn't suffocated yet. Why wasn't she dead? Simple. This is important. It's because of, is it Gamma World 9 Naomi, I think? Yeah, I think it's Gamma World 9 Naomi, unconscious, in the lobby. We take her through 3 different world lines. We can only take her through, through the world line travel if she's alive. So for Isla to touch her body, I think Isla was maybe on the edge of death, not quite dead yet when we found her. She touches the Seikimea that takes her back in time. It also could be that because she doesn't move unless she's dead, unless she's alive. But she was probably barely alive. It's closed loop shit. So she gets displaced some amount of time in the past, loses consciousness in the box. She's half dead when we find her. She touches the thing. It puts her 15 minutes ahead, or 20 minutes ahead, or whatever. Okay. The reason it has to be this, there is an alternate theory, but it doesn't work with the facts. The alternate theory is that okay, give me a moment. Seikimea goes back in the past will increment. I'm assuming. Okay, I don't know if the Seikimea's new positioning works in the same way as how it positions you. I have to assume it does. The Seikimea reappears in the box because it will be there 15 minutes from now. Say 15, X amount of time from now. If there is a Seikimea in this box for X amount of time, she could just trap herself in a loop where she slowly suffocates. But the end of that loop, she dies, and that means she can't disappear when she touches it, because actually she can. Okay, so maybe there's one thing I still don't know. The transport of containers. Did the cleaning cart... What happened to the cleaning cart? Isla dies through closed-loop suffocation via the Seikimea. The big important question is how this exactly happened mechanically. I think the exact detail is irrelevant because we know she creates the closed loop. By opening the box, Isla doomed herself. It's Schrodinger's cat. Yes, actually yes. Isla's death is Schrodinger's cat. If the box stayed closed, Isla lives. If the box opens, Isla dies. Should I pass by my apartment? What if they want to know where I live? But I kind of had a thought it was time-traveling Atsuki following me around. I started to feel a little nervous. I actually felt someone behind me once more. It wasn't paranoia. I just needed to go home. But I looked at my feet. I could circle this block, and if new footsteps are here when I'm back, I know I'm not making anything up. I didn't change my pace, but I avoided even looking at my apartment. I just made a very important decision, but I felt indecisive again. Even if I'm confirmed that I'm not right, that I'm right, what would I do? Ignore it? Because the hard part, the thing I'm getting at is, if the cleaning cart disappeared with the Seikimea, then that means Islu's body can in fact disappear. But as far as we know, objects can't disappear. So presumably, the cleaning cart thing was a world line shift. A world line where the cleaning cart is not there. Where the cleaning cart was somehow moved. Because it does not it really depends on okay. How Isla died, I think depends on what the deal with the cleaning cart is. If the cleaning cart did in fact teleport, it changes everything. I'd have to go home anyway. Up ahead, the only way to see my back would be the phone directly behind me. If I suddenly turned around at the end and someone's watching me, I should see them as well. I bit my lip and kept walking. I couldn't make any motions that indicated I thought someone was behind me, or to be able to escape again. If someone was there, I just needed to know who it was. I managed to feel a bit of sweat forming in my palms despite the overwhelming cold. Depending on who it was, I might have to act sooner than I expected. It's Atsuki. I had passed my apartment if someone was really looking at me. Oh, by the way, out of curiosity, Autumn Leaves. By the way, I like your name, Autumn Leaves. It's even in my, my name is basically the same as your name. Hazuki. Leaf Moon, the month of leaves. That's, the 8th month in the lunar calendar. At what point did you figure out, that there were different world lines? I'm just curious. It's impossible. I was close to the end of the street. We were curved into another one. If someone was watching me from behind that moment, they had to be an eye shot. But I instinctively turned around before I'd planned. A sudden sound had broken the silence far behind me, and as I'd feared, the falling snow was blurring the image. Frowning, I sprinted back the way I'd come, towards a blue smudge way ahead. Is that? It became immediately visible. It was a police officer. But that wasn't all, so I didn't stop. Before getting there, I understood what had happened. Next to the officer was a police car, and they just closed the back door after making someone else get in. Oh, what's wrong? I panted breathlessly, my hands on my knees. A sudden dizziness invaded me. It almost caused me... Is it a Caro? By the way, I've been... I figured out the culprits before I figured out the time travel. Akaro incriminated himself in the first 10 minutes of the game. And then Kate just seemed intensely suspicious. I nodded and slowly looked up. Instead of responding, I stared at the window of the car. The glass was tinted, so I couldn't see the interior of the vehicles. Sorry, did you just arrest someone? Yes, what's the matter? I was feeling like someone was following me just now. Could it have been this person? The man frowned and took out a tiny scrapbook. What's your name? Mine? Shiroya Mirana. He looked at me and silently wrote on the paper. Then he suddenly smiled, completely shifting his expression. I see, you can stop worrying then. If you think you're being followed, there's nothing to be afraid of. Well, the bot will translate it to English. Amazing, right, Urumit? There is a Japanese, I have been trying to... I had initially assumed that Isla's friend was time-traveling doppelganger. I think I figured out... When did I figure out world lines? I'm curious. Let me check my playthrough, actually. I think it was the recording. I think it was fundamentally the recording that has decoded everything for me. Yes. Akaro? I had it right at the beginning of the game. Akaro looks out the door and he says the smoke wasn't released in other rooms in the hallway. And that's where I knew, right at the beginning of the game, that Akaro was the culprit. But I think, like, okay, the thing that I didn't figure out until later is I think Akaro and Kate are separate actors. But what? Can you let me see their face? He looked at the black window. No, I'm not allowed to do that. What about the name or the reason for arresting them? You can stop worrying, believe me. But right now I'm not allowed to tell you why. Any of that, but just wait for when it's made public. Oh, I didn't even notice that the smoke came from the center of the room. Wait, really? I tried to produce some way of coercing him into telling me more, but I couldn't come up with anything. I have to hurry. Don't hesitate to contact us if you feel you're being followed again, but I don't think you'll be having any more problems. Is this time-traveling Akaro? Okay. The man nodded with a sympathetic smile and opened the door to the driver's side, quickly shutting it again. Then the car began to move and soon disappeared towards the direction I'd just run from. I looked by my feet. The tire marks came from far away, and next to them was a group of footprints. These are mine. I looked at the ground earlier specifically for this. And these are definitely not here before. They're the policeman's, though. I kept looking down trying to find a third pair of footprints. There had to be a third pair right there, but suddenly I remembered the strange smile the officer had. Something felt odd about him. Wait, these... After taking a few steps forward, like the recording decoded everything for me. Analyzing the recording gave me that it was 3 world lines instead of 2. Because by that point I realized, that rather than, I hadn't realized that dead Isla couldn't be swapped with living Isla. I thought dead Isla came from Gamma world line. But then I realized something. They didn't, in the recording, they hadn't expected Isla to be dead. They expected a living Isla was swapped with another living Isla. Therefore, there has to be 3 Islas, not 2. It must be these since they were where the car was. They also resemble the ones I saw yesterday. I kept following them in reverse, hoping they would lead somewhere. However, I immediately realized it wouldn't work. The more I walked, the more the footprints faded due to the falling snow. Soon I could hardly make out their shape. I was right. I stopped myself, stress and relief pulling me from both sides. I couldn't get behind that. I know going to the past leaves a copy of you behind, but it didn't seem like you could actually change the past. Everything in time travel seemed like about if you do something okay, like they go up following the elevator, but then we realized that's Atsuki going up the elevator. They were chasing the time traveling Atsuki. So any change you make in the past is not actually a change, it's something that you react to in the present. But closed loops or something that came later. Like the weird closed loop magic shit. By the way, Autumn, if you like watching me, I'm the puzzle queen. I solve puzzles. I tear mysteries apart. The person who was following me was arrested. Maybe I was right that they were someone else who traveled from the 15th. It would have to be... Okay, this has to be either Atsuki or Akara. What mattered was that someone who potentially wanted to steal the Seikime was out of the picture. Debatable. Being able to feel a bit calmer in that regard was immediately immensely beneficial. And he said their identity would be made public. When's that gonna be, though? Assuming everything until the 15th repeats itself, it won't be before that day, right? Otherwise, someone who went to the tower would have known a future self of theirs had been arrested. I didn't know what to think, but it seemed someone had really identified me and had been following me. Added to their arrest. Assuming they travel from the future, seemed the most likely scenario. I turned around, my apartment was right there. You know, I missed that. Not gonna lie. I actually missed that. I was right there. I could barely keep myself standing anymore. I approached the staircase while I grabbed the keys and staggered my way to the front door. For me, it's Akaro looks out and he says, The smoke wasn't released in the other rooms in the hallway, and it's like, wait a minute. How do you know that? You can't see that. That's like saying something directly incriminating. He has knowledge he shouldn't have. I barely shook off the snow on me and turned the key clockwise. How long had the heater been on? The change in temperature was far more drastic than it ever had been. I hurriedly closed the door and left my coat and boots behind. So, I think it is... By the way, as for what happened to Naomi, I think Beta Worldline Naomi is killed by Kate. Alpha Worldline Naomi is killed by Beta Worldline Akaro, who lingers in the bathroom after freaking out. And Gamma Worldline Naomi is knocked unconscious by Alpha Worldline Akaro, presumably, who also kills Shiroya there. I knew I still had the instant noodles, so I grabbed the bowl I used last time, then washed and filled a pot. Once the water began to boil, I dropped the noodles in and watched them slowly spread out. It would take 3 minutes to cook. Meanwhile, I sipped water and tried to compose myself. Blah, 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 Shiroya. Blah, blah, blah. Can we get on with the mystery? Like, I admit, your narration is exhausting. I had some of them were hot and a bit stiff, but I kept going. I eventually slowed down. I took my phone with my purse. It's 1600. I was outside. There was a person been arrested. It's fucking Akaro. Either him or Atsuki. That's a new occurrence because we were told no members had been caught yet. But if someone had been within the tower, it was frustrating that I hadn't been able to see their face. I figured there was no point in getting hung up on it. I analyzed Chapter 1, like, completely. So by Chapter 2, I had decoded entirely how the Seikimea works, except the amount of time, and was able to, as things were happening, say, like, directly say what is about to happen in the game. Beta Worldline, Alpha Psi is still around. It was pretty enjoyable being able to predict everything that's about to happen. Because I'd figured out the Worldline stuff. Probably Thursday in a few days. I'm blah blah blah. Yep, this checking the door in the storm shouldn't take too long. After that, more important matters, I'll change the past. Later we can go to Isla's house and attempt to talk with whoever her friend really is, or try to prevent them from going on the 15th in the same way. You can't. This could be really important. If I get caught by the police or I'm not able to find a Seikimea, at least I'll guarantee that the 4 of us don't go to the event. You're not going to guarantee anything, though. I'm not too sure what would happen then. It's pretty likely that... Okay, if closed loops work, that means you can't actually change the past. You can influence the future through closed loops, but you can't change the past. Closed loops function because of inevitability. Shit. And until I cleaned out the bowls of blah, cereal bars. Could this be a bad idea? Assuming you're not able to find the Seikimea in the tower, should I really try to prevent any of us from going there? That might screw it all up. You can't prevent it. Shiroya, you can't prevent it. Right now, the 15th is a failsafe in case I can't find the Seikimea beforehand. If I let everything repeat, I'll be able to touch it again on that day. Hell, I could see where the recorder even came from. Or even stay there for a month, depending on whether it's real or not. If Atsuki, Ayla, and Irina don't go to the event, it'll all be considerably different. What if something causes the attack to fail? No. What if Kataya and Ashi are able to unlock the exit this time? No. They do unlock the exit. They're caught in a future loop of some kind. By the way, someone who was watching me play this said, when I said, Naomi is unconscious touching the Seikimea, they're like, no, you're wrong. Like, unless I specifically asked, please don't tell me I'm wrong, because, like, telling me that my current assumptions are based on incorrect information is, in fact, a spoiler, even if you don't tell me the answer. Like, if I ask, that's fine. So if I don't find it anywhere on Thursday, maybe wait until the 15th is the best call. I discarded the idea at the start of all this for the reason. If I let the incident happen like it once did, where really is the proof that the past can change? It would mean that the version of myself Natsuki saw was just me in the future. That's not the case anymore. This is what I hadn't considered yet. If I don't change anything else until the 15th and everything actually repeats, it will. I won't have to enter the tower again, you might. Now I know something very important. At close to 1600, a very long travel took place, and it reached through the walls of the tower. Could I place myself in that range, or would I be arrested? Give me a moment. What did Isla actually die? I feel like this might... okay, I don't think that's it. Because I feel like if Isla dies to weird time travel stuff rather than a long travel. But, Akaru's obsession with Shiroya is that he murdered her. Did Irina kill Kate? $10:04. Wait, at what point are we in the lobby? I need to actually check this. Do you happen to know when Isla died? Hidden Cliff, got it. I'm sorry I'm getting all hung up on this, parody. Hey there, Nana.
It's all good.
Airtight room. Hello? Sylvie, is it you?
Yeah.
Hey there. Airtight room. Hidden cliff. $15.08, got it. That's what I need to check. Just like the time. Even though everyone close to the building will know someone with my name is inside, will they recognize my face? All I'd have to do was spot Vystay and get very close to him at 1600. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a good plan! I didn't even think of it! No, I actually have to give you credit, Shiroya. This is actually a good plan, wow. This would make me travel to the 24th of November. That would be the best possible outcome. At some point, yeah, before 1508. The reason I say something before 1508 is that all I need to, like, I forgot, this is a close look thing. She touched a Seikimea, right? Exploring what to do with those days seemed like a fool. Hypothetically. If you go to the future, it replicates your past position. But the Seikimea, no, she couldn't have touched the future Seikimea, gotten sucked into the 1600 loop and gone back, because it runs in relative time, not absolute time. And relative time, at 1600, at the time she touched the stone, if she'd gone to the in the future, her past position would be somewhere else. It's not a great concept, but I couldn't help but think it was an impossible avenue. How would I get close to Vystay without getting arrested? I could call him again to more accurately determine the time he traveled. It was unlikely to be that precise. I still had no idea why we found two anomalies, but I hated the idea of letting it repeat, even if it was... You can't stop it, Shiroya. Blah blah. I don't think Vystay had lied, but I'd somewhat changed history when I'd called my mom. I didn't know what extra changes that implied. Furthermore, I had no idea if someone else changed the past differently. The butterfly effect could have easily prevented the 1600 travel from happening. Gotta say, I'm still not 100% okay. Okay. Ooh. No. We have to be in... I was about to say, I don't know if we're in Beta Worldline or not, but we have to be in Beta Worldline because of the Forbidden Relay ending. If that was the case, then the Vystay I was spoken to exist in the world I was in? Well, I couldn't answer that. I was inclined to think that he would, and his travel would not merely repeat due to the change. Vystay, I hate that name. Okay, are we about to get to something important? We're getting a music change. Something important for once. I hate Chapter 3, by the way, Autumn. You know what? Oh, by the way, Autumn, if you like mystery, check out Magical Girl Witch Trials. I optimized after a familiar ceiling, turn the window to the sun was setting. I've been going to sleep very early, blah blah blah. Shiroya, you're Shiroying. Stop Shiroying all over my face. I'm not into Shiroya Bukake. Snow is still falling, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. Umbrella. Side note. Not all streets in Japan seem to have a name. Ramon. And a wide street ahead. Okay, a town in Japan has Ramon Street. That's not bad, I think it should be open. Blah, blah, blah. It should be that. Ishimaru. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I pulled the door open and entered the small space and protected from the cold once more. The woman's lottery smiled at me warmly as I approached. Good evening, would you like to try your luck? Yeah. Perfect. Have you come here before? I don't think you have. No, I can't. I have. I came a while ago, but I'd forgotten to check if I won anything until now. Ah, I see. What'd you like then? Well, I thought about how to phrase the few questions I had. The number I had was for December 1st, I believe. I wonder, by the way, how long would it be valid for? Oh, it's still valid. Don't worry. They last a whole year. Anyway, December 1st, let me see. I hadn't been sure what to say, but I hadn't wanted to ask her the previous days. If it went back to November, I'd change the past in a considerable way. Then the butterfly effect would... You know... Out of curiosity, Autumn, how long did it take you to realize that, Mia was the narrator of Chapter 2? I knew each digit of the winning lottery number was manually drawn every time, so if I changed the past and made it back to the same day, it was entirely possible the latest winning number would differ. It will not. A mere millisecond of difference could result in a different draw if I'd chosen December 1st because it was the next day after Mia's death, and I didn't know how far back I'd end up being able to go. After looking at a computer screen for a few seconds, the woman voiced the number. December 1st. I'm assuming you bought a standard Lotus 6 combination, correct? Yeah. On December 1st, the number drawn was 30, 5, 12, 31, 15, 26, and the bonus number was 24. I don't think that was it. It was doing great to win on the first attempt. Would you like to know when I figured it out? Basically immediately. I figured it out basically immediately. I figured out very early on that we're not in beta world line watch looking from Shiroya's perspective. But having spent like half the thing around Shiroya, Mia's narration doesn't. She has a very different character for Shiroya, and Shiroya does not seem like a person who they can deceive people easily. So the whole Mia's whole lack of empathy over maybe not lack of empathy over Shiroya's death, but her geez, Asuki, why can't you get over it thing. That's not Shiroya's character. Do you have the ticket? You might have won one of the secondary prizes, if any of the last numbers beside. I didn't bring it, no, I'm sure none matched out. I see, that's unfortunate. Do you want to try again? Maybe, I have a couple questions. I've always been curious about this. Would I be able to ask her a specific number that I want? Yeah, that's possible. We tend to sell packs of 5 different combinations, but you can also choose the numbers you want if that's what you prefer. Alright. How much would I have won if all the dates matched? Let's see, the main prize money of November 1st was 900 million yen. Let's get Google. Google Sensei, I choose you! Bruh. Don't give me the AI overview, see if something's going. Yeah, that's 8.55 million US dollars. Okay, okay. It's even higher now. Nobody's won the jackpot in a while. Oh wow, I'm not sure what I'd do with so much money. Some people say it's unlucky to win that much. It's ruined people's lives. 35, 12, 31, 15, 26, 24. Yeah, I'd be very overwhelmed. I don't remember, how much does buying a number cost? It's just 200 yen. I see. Is it possible to buy a number that will be played the same day you buy it? Yeah, but only before 1700. You don't have to worry about this today, since the next Lotus 6 will be held on the 5th, this Thursday. I understand. I think I'll come back then. I'd like to think about the number I want. That's perfectly fine. I hope you're right on the mark. Me too. I'm sorry for having so many questions, but if I won, would my identity have to be revealed? Oh no, Japanese law doesn't enforce that. Let's Google this! Yes! I fix it! Does Japan reveal the identity of lottery winners? It does not! I think it's I don't actually know. I think in some places, in Japan, there is strict privacy policies for lottery winners. When you redeem a winning ticket at a designated bank, lottery officials will verify your identity, but they keep your name, address, and face confidential. Winners of, this is the AI answer, so take it as a grain of salt, but apparently there's a book they give you that day when you win. Is a confidential handbook providing advice on how to handle sudden financial windfalls, avoid scams, and keep the win secret from family and acquaintances. How long would I have to wait to receive the money? No more than 2 weeks. You'd be able to choose whether to receive the full amount at once or monthly. You wouldn't have to worry about taxes either. Thank you, I was always curious about this. I'm glad I could help. I'll see you next time. I bowed and walked out. Ah, yes, you're repeating numbers mentally. Can we just put the money in my bank account so I probably have to take out the money before the other me know this is what happens. You'll have to give yourself the ticket in the future. I'd have to duplicate my bank card or try to take out of other me's purse. What would I do if I saw I had so much money was there and immediately taken from my account? If it was investigated, security cameras would probably see me in the bank. Maybe not taking everything would be a good idea. If I leave part for the other me, would she keep quiet? I'm not sure what I would do. That other me will be you. Because once you go back, that you here, that's not how time travel works, Shiroya. I could hardly take myself seriously. Had I already assumed that I'd go try to live far away by myself? I mean, okay, even... Do you really have to hide yourself from yourself? Couldn't you just do, like, become your twin sister? I'm sure after you explain everything to Atsuki, he'd say, okay. She also said that she'd never seen me there before. I suppose that means that there currently is no me who bought that number after going to the past. Of course, that will only happen when history is greatly altered, so it isn't the case yet. Atsuki's gonna buy the ticket. Yeah, you're gonna have Atsuki buy the ticket. I still felt a little unsure. Would the number stay the same if I changed the past even a little bit? Yes. On December 1st, I will have already changed the past. Yeah. I'll be able to obtain the safety man myself. No. And redo this in a way that the past changes when I buy the number, changes when I buy the number. No. I bet the snow is still falling. Blah, blah, blah. We're back to more in the... Yep, you're eating, going to bed, you write down the number. Unfortunately, the evidence we've been shown shows that it doesn't work on butterfly effect. It works on the change already happened. Because we know that from Atsuki in the elevator. The change already happened. You don't change the past. Shiroya should know this. Mom hasn't tried to call me again. We can't save Isla because we've seen her dead body. Oh, I just realized. Good news! We can't save Isla, but Irina isn't going to lose her daughter because she still has Isla's world-shifting doppelganger. Once again, I found myself comfortably lying on my soft mattress.
Wow.
Well, another version of myself was suffering in the hospital. I more so felt bad for the me that I was, who only had the last two last opportunities to appreciate the touch of that old bed. I don't feel bad for you, Shiroya. Your narration makes me not empathize at all. What was it? I felt my head hurt a bit, but I tried to recall the winning combination before looking at my bedside table. Yep, you wrote it down. I'm pretty sure that was it. I felt like it only well, yeah, that's what it is, you know? That's how I sleep. It's like blinking, then you wake up. You know, hey, what did you do to the world? Turned it off. Well, put it back! Like in the 13th floor. I shuffled the blankets aside, and I'd gotten too used to the feeling of waking up to a warm room. It was almost more pleasant. Blah, blah. Can we get to the actual plot? I don't want to read Shiroyaisms forever. want to go back to Pete Clown World. You know, I like getting chased by homicidal clowns more than being stuck on the tilt-a-whirl forever. Not even on a tilt-a-whirl. Shiroyaland has one ride. Teacup coaster. It has a fucking teacup coaster that takes forever. I would have liked a change of pace if I'd had reasons to empathize with the characters, but suddenly we go from 2 chapters of backstory and personality and everything exists only to enforce the mystery and theme to suddenly Shiroya just slice of life's forever. Because I didn't have anything to do. And I only have parody for like 2 or 3 hours every day. Or every time. That out my free day, yep. I went back to my bedroom, looked to fix something. Yep. I actually don't really play many visual novels. I've only played like, 3 or 4? I played Dona Dona, Seiki Meiya, Magical Girl Witch Trials, and I'm working on Go Hell Go. We're gonna be going back to Go Hell Go once Nora's available during her vacation. Yeah, Seiki Meiya is my first ever VN too, I think. I wasn't able to find it for blah 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 blah. You're doing chores. You're doing chores. Chores! Mine too! Wait, Seiki Meiya was my first ever VN too. Wait, yeah. I've done Seiki Meiya, Cast Head, Dona Dona, Go Hell Go. Past change would be overwritten anyway. Right. I still haven't done Doki Doki Literature Club. If you count Mechanica the Ballad of Rabbit and Mercury as a visual novel, and it basically is a visual novel of some game with some RPG Maker gameplay, then this is my second. I still highly recommend Mechanica. If you can get past the sex, it's literally the best game I've ever played. It is the game that restored my faith in humanity. Or the world, or something. That made me believe the world isn't all bad. Yeah, I would count Ace Attorney. I'm still gonna sit here shilling Mechanica. Somebody get the Steam store page. Wait. No, don't. Okay. Caveat: if you speak Japanese or read don't play the Steam version because the English translation is awful. Good job, Parody. The translation to this is awful, but it's the best thing I've ever played. Like, it's actually awful. Whoa, my encoding's overloaded? What the fuck? I'm playing a fucking visual novel. Yeah, I probably should have learned Japanese after the abysmal English translation of Mechanica, but I probably should. Right. Can we just get on with it? Get on with it. Hi, Darfy. What the fuck? What the fuck? I hope whoever translated that gets hung. Like, we're not going to just put them in front of a wall and shoot them. We're gonna hang them from a tree. People who fuck up visual novels by screwing up the translation will have a special tree for them. They hung out like the same tree they hung Odin from, actually. They hung Odin from a tree, right? They hung him from a tree and pierced him with a spear? Am I remembering my Norse mythology right? Well, they're not gonna get the spear, but did they hang Odin from the tree? Yes! In Norse mythology, Odin sacrificed himself by hanging for 9 days and 9 nights from the Yggdrasil, the world tree. But you see, unlike Odin, they're not going to get pierced with the spear and attain the mythical awakening. They're just gonna hang, like, next to Odin. And he'll realize, gosh, I don't want to be these guys. Yeah. Hi, Darfy. I don't... Seeing Darfy's name, like, drives me insane. Am I really supposed to believe that there's gonna be some barista in Japan named Darfy? Darfy! This sounds fucking British! Darfy sounds like your mate you need to drink a pint with back in college. Like a character like in a British TV show. Like from someone you met in...
It sounds like the kind of person that you might encounter voicing a Wuthering Waves character.
Yeah! Like a VA from Wuthering Waves. Edry? I was actually writing a novel that takes place in Megara Ward. Like I did intense amount of research on the region. Like, you might even mistake me for someone that actually lives in Megara Ward. If you ever need to go to Megara, like, Darfy is apparently, like, British name. But it feels like it's someone you'd meet in Midsummer Murders. In Midsummer Murders, this guy, Darfy, would be a suspect or a victim. Yeah, can we just get on with it? Get on with it, get on with it, get on with it. Zen member caught for the first time yesterday in Yushibana. I had to read it 2 more times. That didn't make sense. Can you turn the volume up, please? Yep. Darfy looked at TV and he read what it said. He did as I asked, despite his own surprise. Before he did, the image changed. This time I immediately recognized what I saw, but once again it didn't make any sense. What the hell? Wasn't that in the newspaper? The voice of the reporter began to reach us, and when it did, the image transitioned once again. For a second, it had been a short video from a security camera. It showed a prison cell and a person in prison clothing, hard to recognize due to the high angle. Yesterday in a lonely street of Yushibana, he's believed to be a member of the criminal group Zen, but his identity is unknown. What? I tried to give meaning to those words, but I couldn't. The brief footage had been almost identical to the picture from the newspaper, and they were saying the man's identity was unknown, just like in that article. An interrogation is taking place, and the police are actively attempting to identify the suspect. This is likely to be the first member in the group to be caught, so the situation is being properly taken care of. After those words, the reporter bowed and an ad began to play. I looked at Darfy, who appeared confused as well. Before he could say anything, I stood up and approached the table next to the counter. I've seen a pile of newspapers before, and I hadn't moved. Immediately I saw one that I read is still there. Blah blah blah. It's here. What was just shown looks exactly like this picture. Darfy was looking at me with a serious face, and I brought the newspaper to him. It's not. Wait. Just when I had seen it before. Was it exactly like this? Look at it. And yours, you're right. It's the same cell, but it says it's from November 24th. Didn't the person also look the same? But did he? What? I began to read the text, I never learned about this. On November 24th, a prisoner escaped from a cell, but sin isn't mentioned here, and even though they also said the identity of the person wasn't known. How is that possible? They don't know the identity of someone they arrested? I looked at the TV, but it was still only ads. Yeah, it's strange. My mind immediately went to this article. But there's probably no correlation. Every cell must be recorded from this angle, so to me it looked like they were more the same. Ah, it could be that. I sat on the edge of the chair again. Of course it was no coincidence. The person has been arrested and following me, meaning it was very likely that they had come from the future. Then the person from the article appeared in the cell on the 24th. A day I knew for a fact people had arrived at from the 15th. What the hell was going on then? Could it have been the same person? A few days ago, they had appeared in that cell. I know how this works! Would you like to hear how this works? Closed loop.
Mm-hmm.
So. This is Ann Akaro, likely. He traveled 15 days into the past. Okay. He ends up in a cell. Right, I forgot how that's prison cell because what day is it? Does anyone know what day it is? In the game. Thursday. On the 5th Thursday. This Thursday. Alright, it's between the 1st and the 5th. We end up at the 24th. $30 days in September, April, June, and November. Let's say it's the 3rd. No. Yeah, 3rd. That's 9, no, 10. And the 8th, this person is still in a jail cell. Is still in a jail cell in relative time. This could still be ASCII, actually. See.
Huh.
Okay, the Seikimea functions on relative time. So, if you travel 15 days, like, was it 15 days into the past, 20 days into the past or something? What day? No, December 1st. Wait. No, on December 1st. November 30th, right. Okay, I'll make you think, but... 24th. Third. Wait, hold on. I think I can decode how far back he's traveled. Hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. So, he's gone back from the 14th, right? 30 days of September, 20 days. th, right? He's arrested on the 3rd. He appears in the cell on the 24th. Okay, no, I can't actually. That's 20 days? So 20 days into the future in real-time time, he'll be in a jail cell. What kind of coincidence was that? I'd even sent to the same cell. Had the police not realized this was the person who had escaped on the 24th? And why was his identity unknown if they thought he was a Zim member? I was baffled, but an important piece of the puzzle came back to me. Once again, this is what Kate told us. Zin had attempted to steal the stake he made once before the 15th. They failed, and while the police had a chance to catch a Zim member, they escaped. I couldn't remember the exact way it was phrased. Would that have happened once before the 15th? What is the connection between the article and this arrest? I couldn't help but feel that something was incredibly backwards. The resemblance between both events is undeniable. Even Darky immediately noticed it, unaware of the extra link. Yeah, they caught a Zim member for the first time, but they'll escape before the 15th. Katay and the article prove that. It couldn't be so straightforward because the article discussed events from November 24th. While both events couldn't very well be the very same, they couldn't be separate either. I ate what remained of the pastry, trying to clear the cloudy confusion that had arisen in my mind. Sticky man that by itself gave... Wait. Wait a minute. There's something crucial I can't ignore. In both cases, someone ends up in a prison cell, so I don't know if the same person was caught both times, but it's very likely they came from the future, so anything regarding them could differ from the reality I know. The Zim member who travels from the 15th could have already changed this. If he got arrested after traveling in this reality, there would be a second Zim member caught up for the first time. The person from the future following me. Trying to work it out, I locked up. Wasn't there something else Katay said that Ashir the police chose not to reveal that they'd almost caught a Zim member before they'd escaped? Doesn't this fit too well with the article? If both events are connected, then the fact that the person in the Excel was a Zim member must match as well. However, in the article that wasn't revealed, could that be the original event that Katay told us about? That person escaped and managed to get to the tower. After that, they traveled to the past and got caught again when they were following me. Somehow the police still didn't know their identity, but this time it was revealed that they were a Zin member. That's right, this must be a change made by a person who traveled from the 50s. I'm actually confused. Did the person escape both times? Like, the syntax feels... weird? But I just can't with... Does it make sense? Hello, Soyuz! It doesn't make sense that the person from the 24th really teleported to the cell, which must have happened, given what I know happened to Vice Day. If the person who traveled to the cell from the 15th, they couldn't have been the same person that he caught yesterday, because the second arrest must be a new event. Could it be that history was changed, but I still remember the one that both I and that man came from, because I also traveled from it. I know it's a mistake I made. On the 24th, it's very likely a Zin member appeared in the cell from the future. Now that I think about it, it can't be that he was actually caught and then escaped while Ashi decided not to reveal he was from Zin. That doesn't match this case that they were caught after trying to steal the Seikimea. Wait, for real? It says Cardenciel? Thank you. My bad. What the hell then? I had very little information, so I looked at the screen and when I heard the news and came back. Unfortunately, they began to talk about a different topic, blah blah blah. The member from Zin who traveled from the 15th had been caught. Since that had been revealed, there was no reason to think he'd escaped. It was an event that hadn't occurred when we'd originally stepped into the tower. Piecing the details together with what I knew seemed almost impossible. As no possibility made total sense. Closed loop! He's closed the loop by getting caught. I wonder why he appeared before in a jail cell on the 24th. Because he'll be in a jail cell. For the 15th, it's very likely he'd appear somewhere he'd been before in the past. Because in relative time, he'll be in the jail cell. 20 days from his perspective. Wait. I feel like I'm missing something in this absolute time relative. No. It has to be relative time, otherwise she doesn't appear in the hole. And now let's consider if the arrest from yesterday always occurred, the position on the 24th could be based on today. Yes! I promise, Soyuz, I'll get to it! I slowed down sensing a headache, no matter what the truth was, it was messy. What was the link between both events? Which one was new and which one had always happened? Regardless of the arrangement I tried, something seemed to get in the way. And when I'd calmed down internally, one option seemed more plausible than the others. I believed that the 30th of November was the day somebody attempted to steal the Seikimea. That was probably correct, since nobody was caught and no connection to Zin was made. Kate would have been talking about this. On the 15th, a member of Zin traveled to the 24th and appeared in an unlocked cell. Due to that, he was able to escape. After following me, he was caught yesterday. That changed the past because no Zin member had yet been caught yet on the 15th. What's iffy about this? That their identity was unknown? That the cell could have been the same one? The fact that they appeared in a cell on the 24th might also be a contradiction that they wouldn't have been there before traveling. I think there are more... How so I don't have identity? I have a question. Are we actually in beta worldline right now? But if this is what happened, Zin must be in disarray. Someone from their group is arrested when they're still free. Could this make them rethink their attack? This could be bad. Maybe Ashia won't care about using the Seikimea as bait now that its Zin member has been caught, but the event should still happen. One thing is definitely strange though. On the 24th, the police weren't able to identify the person who appeared in the cell. But he was arrested in the street yesterday, and that policeman almost seemed like he knew that it was a good arrest to make. That doesn't make any sense. That man was in the tower on the 15th, so if the police were fine with arresting him yesterday, it follows that they would have also arrested him immediately on the morning of the 15th. Could it be that didn't happen because he entered the tower through the storeroom? And if what had happened on the 24th somehow made the police arrest him yesterday, wouldn't they have said that he'd been the one who appeared in the cell on the 24th? Whatever the case, it seemed like an enigma that I had to put aside. It was at least good that the person following me had been caught. It could only have been beneficial to my plans. You still think about the news? Dorothy addressed me after I'd already been in for a few minutes. A bit, it just threw me off. I see, well, it's good that someone from the group has finally got caught. Yeah, I agree. The past certainly changed in front of me. I don't think it did. I wasn't in the reality I knew, so letting everything repeat to remain as the only me was not an option anymore. There was still the major worry that Seikimea could be stolen at any moment. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. How the police know the person they caught was Sin? Was because he'd already taken it? Nope. You know about the Seikimea? What do you mean? Actually, event. Yeah, of course. Well, nobody stole the Seikimea, right? The Seikimea? No, not as far as I know, at least. Alright, just wanted to make sure since I haven't been paying attention to the news. I looked a little concerned, so I turned to the window. Did you think it was bad that I had my thoughts elsewhere? Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Alright, can we get to the point? Can we actually I feel like at some point we've world line shifted. I think at some point we've world line shifted. I think we might be in Gamma now? With no snow falling, there'd been hardly any movement outside. A few people had come to buy the remaining bread, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. There'll be 150 yen, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Brooding. Blah blah blah. Find my lips again. I didn't have anywhere to go. More reason one. A change in history had occurred. I'd never go back to the world I knew. I think this is correct. You are not in the world you know. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. I'd have to ring the mill and face him. I didn't think I could do that. I had only one job, sitting for a future that was perfect for everyone but me. And walking away from it, I couldn't fight that anymore. Jesus Christ, Shiroya, this is depressing. I crossed the street and walked through the narrow one, arriving at a pair of yashibana I'd always found pretty. At the other times of the year, you could see the green leaves beneath the snow of the tall trees. The road was still white, but it was almost immaculate. I slowly crossed the opposite sidewalk. Atsuki's house was still there. Before I got too close, a sharp pain in my chest stopped me. Did I really never enter it again? Could I have really been mere minutes away from going all in and out of that door, going in and out of that door for the last time? I had a hard time believing it. I ran up to the gate before that hesitation could take hold of me completely. I looked through the bars. Maxie wasn't in front of the door anymore, but his small paws had left imprints in the snow around it. He's here. There's a light behind the curtain. No guarantee that Atsuki wouldn't see me. I stepped behind a tree. I really didn't want to be seen. If I talked to Atsuki, I was afraid I would lose any resolve I had. I can't just stay here all day waiting for him to leave. I don't even know if he will. It was the last resort available. Since I knew where he kept the extra house key just behind the gate, I could try to enter the house and silently grab Mia's purse, which had been left in the living room. Not now, though. If it was a coincidence that he was in the hospital when I woke up, he should leave at some point. Would he leave if I called him from my phone and quickly hung up? I decided against that again. Should I just wait here? I crossed back to the other side of the room and surveyed the door from afar. I looked around and it appeared I was the only person there. Most of the trees were too thin to cover me, so there was nowhere I could safely watch from. I glanced at the far corner ahead. I'd be able to see the window from there. Yeah. Slightly hesitant, I walked to it and peered at his house. As I thought, I'd be able to see him while leaving while still being out of sight. There's something a bit worrying I'd also noticed, however, was the trail of footprints I'd left. Will he notice the trail going behind a tree? No, he won't. I'll just have to be careful. But no matter what I thought, I was uncomfortable. I couldn't take my eyes off his house, and I didn't carefully enjoy the thought of spending my last real day in Yashibana spying on Atsuki. I need to do it, though. I hid myself behind the cold, dark wall. Suddenly I realized I recognized what I was looking at. I'd seen that very street the previous day when I'd been following Isla. That's right, there's no reason not to do the same with Isla, since I know where she lives as well. Leaving Rick behind, I walked until a crossing street turned to the right. That was the entrance to the dead end I'd been in. I stood at the short house where the small footprints had ended the previous day. I couldn't see any light coming from inside and nobody was around me. Faded footprints had scattered all over the ground. At some point, and some ended at the front door. I placed myself behind the same black car as before to avoid being right in the middle of the path. I wondered what to do. Changing the path no longer felt like an obstacle, so I was free to decide on anything. I should still be at school, but I don't know about Irina. I don't know if anyone else lives here. How the hell can I take their tickets for the event when I don't even know where they're keeping them? I considered two important facts in the attic. Irina had implied they'd already bought the tickets pretty early. That meant they were likely to already have them. Secondly, before locking ourselves in the bedroom, everyone's possessions had been looked at. While tickets for the event had been found in almost everyone who'd been a visitor, none had been in Irina's purse. I mean, we've already figured it out. They were probably inside Islos. Could they already be there? By this point, everyone's figured it out. But by chapter 1, I'm impressive. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Aaron and Isla don't know me. I can just press it. What's about Isla's friend? What's the truth behind that? Is someone else really living with them? Yep. Really, what should I say? Shiroya! I find Shiroya insufferable. She doesn't make decisions. That's, you know what? Come on. Isla, is there really nobody here? A day earlier, the small footprints had entered the door, and it was close to the same time of the day as then. Huh. I suspect I knew what the reason was. Isla, are you here? It's me, Shiroya. There was no reply. Is she out again? I thought about it already, but my intention was to take the tickets from Irina and Isla. If I did that, Isla couldn't travel to the past, so her friend might have no longer have existed. But I'd seen her from the cafe during school hours. That had to be an Isla who traveled from the future. Why had she been out of her house? I figured she wouldn't have wanted to show herself anywhere, which is why she wasn't opening the door. Isla, are you here? I knocked on the door slightly, but it didn't seem like I'd be answered. The mystery behind Isla's friend was nowhere near solved. If their real identity was an Isla who'd come from the future, why hadn't she prevented herself from going to the event? My intention was to do just that, so my unease grew. Plenty of things about Isla have been questionable when looking back at it, but the voice recorder and her friend's existence were the biggest ones. I'd been standing there for a while and nothing had changed. Part of me wanted to give up, but the idea of her friend purposely not opening the door was one I didn't like at all. What? Suddenly the door opened and I saw the dark interior. There was nobody there. I simply tried to open the door and succeeded. It was unlocked. I'd grabbed the handle to make some noise and accidentally pushed forward. I didn't move. I kept staring inside until I was sure it was vacant. Then I pushed the door a bit more and took a careful step in. Wow! We go from 0 to home invasion really quickly. I just want to say that. We have gone from 0 to home invasion really quickly, Shiroya.
Wow.
Showeringly so. I have a question, everyone. How much does it take you to go from 0 to home invasion?
Yeah, I can't say that I've ever gone 0 to home invasion
Never.
before.
Right? Okay. There's something very weird, 1 egg? Question mark? There's something kind of weird about this sense of what's the word I'm thinking of? This sense of, yeah, 5 minutes ago we weren't doing anything. 5 minutes ago we couldn't decide whether to even open the door. Now we're just walking in
Well, you see, it was just a coincidence. The door
it was
was
just
unlocked,
a coincidence,
and
right?
I was trying to make some noise with the handle.
Right? It was just a coincidence. By the way, in case anyone's wondering, doesn't get the reference, it was just a coincidence is the arc words of murder and Magical Girl Witch Trials. It was just a coincidence. People love to use that word in conjunction with having killed someone. Well, it was just a coincidence. I happened to pick up this ribbon. It was just a coincidence. I happen to have the items I needed to commit a murder right here. It's just a coincidence, you know? I scanned the area and immediately noticed a wide assortment of items on the ground. Toys, dolls, coloring books, and markers. In the corner was a pile of laundry and the walls had a few faded scribbles on them. As if someone had tried to wash them away. There were also pictures of a child at various stages of growth, and the mother was occasionally in the shot with her. I opened the entryway closet in search of the purse and was faced with a few women's and girls' jackets. Scared in the closet were... For some reason, that looked like dazit, or clothes you wouldn't typically see when visiting someone's house. An apron with the name of a local restaurant, a uniform for a factory worker, and a cap branded with the logo of a convenience store. Right? Without hesitation, looked inside. The most important issue was resolved immediately. The recorder wasn't there. I saw a pack of tissues and small sunglasses with no tickets either. You know what I wish? I wish that Nora was here, because you know what I would be playing after this?
I'll go.
Yeah! Oh, that's strange. Let me check it. Alright. Why is this purse here? Actually, the reason I recognize Isla is precisely because she had been wearing the purse outside. If she's outside now, why is the purse here? There was some creeping unknown dread at my back, but I immediately rationalized it away. The person I saw yesterday was likely Isla's friend. She was wearing her purse and she isn't here right now. The purse belongs to the original Isla who's at school. If that's it, this makes a lot of sense. But why was the door unlocked? Was this a normal thing for them? And why would the other Isla be going anywhere during the day? The chance to take the tickets was here. Instead of focusing on specifics, I just had to... Yeah, we've gone from... I just need to say something. We've gone from, should I knock on the door? Should I change the past to home invasion and burglary? This is, like, escalated really quickly. And I looked at the person and missed the lower pocket. I unzipped it and narrowed my eyes. All I saw were two folded pieces of paper that I recognized. I grabbed them with 2 fingers and unfolded them, confirming they were the event tickets. Unfortunately, Shiroya fucked up. Okay, parody. Silly. Shiroya hasn't prevented anything. Why?
Event tickets that came with his close friend.
Just give me a moment. I'm turning you up, Sylvie, because you're quiet.
Because the past can't be changed.
No. Okay. Why has Shiroya not changed anything?
Those tickets came from Isla's friend.
Yeah, Isla. They're from Alpha World Line. I froze up, realizing how suspicious I looked. I instinctively crumpled the tickets in my fist, but nobody was around to see me. I breathed heavily and began to walk away, calm and nonchalant. I had prevented it. I wasn't in my world anymore, but Isla wouldn't die. You've confirmed that Isla's friend is Isla.
Bad news, Shiroya. You're a fucking dumbass.
Yeah. This is a glaring oversight. What happened if Isla? If 2 versions of her really existed, then it seemed both would permanently exist in a single reality. However, I'd already decided once that was the better option, so I just put her in the same situation as me. I'd soon made it back to Enric Avenue. In the same corner, I saw light behind Atsuki's window. The same position as me, so you realize that, now, Arina is gonna have to raise 2 kids instead of 1? Right. Enter during the night. I'll either travel through time and be caught by the police, or if I travel through time, blah blah blah. Oh, good. Really? I would still do it just in case. For the time being, I simply kept going over the lottery numbers in my head, slowly approaching my apartment. When I was close, I saw the footprints I'd left earlier, but again, it seemed like the previous days weren't there. However much my steps left impressions, it was clear that they were still bound to actually eventually fade. But you haven't changed anything. Of course, it was warm inside my apartment again. I shrugged off my coat almost immediately. I looked at my phone. It was 14:04. There was nothing else I wanted to do for the day, so I went to the kitchen after a long pause. Uh-oh, you're eating. I don't care. Chores! Food! Sleep! Your future's not gonna be miserable. Okay, you're worried about the... I'd have no proper identity and no idea how to get a new one or do anything else. There's no way this would work, and the other version of me will have to live her life completely clueless. No, I'm not... Am I not fascinated? But she's eating ramen, right? Oh. Yeah. Cup ramen. You're eating block ramen. I am not fascinated with her block ramen. I used to eat that shit. Now I eat cup ramen instead. It's faster. So, let me get this straight. You're worried about how you have no identity, right? But not how you condemned a 10-year-old girl to this? If none of these options occur, if I can't go back again, but I also don't get caught. Good night, Soyos. Soyos. Make some good dinner, okay? Not Shiroya's gross ramen. Ta-da. Me is death. There wasn't a good way for this. Yeah, there isn't a good... wait. Okay, good. I'm so jealous. You get good food. You know what I have? I have fucking cup ramen. At this time tomorrow, I'll already been in the tower. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you're just kind of... Shiroya, I know this isn't blah 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 stuff, but you're just overthinking it. Okay. I have ADHD. You really only have to explain something to me once. Okay, you have to explain it to me more than once, but if I get it the first time, and you just keep explaining the same fucking word anxiety over and over and over, and Shiroya just keeps dwelling on this, like... I'm tired of reading it! Oh, he's stalling off the clock. My mind hadn't changed, I went back to the time and decided the result wouldn't differ. It had been clear from the beginning there was no win-win situation. It wasn't possible to go back to my old world, not even with the Seikimea. If I traveled days through time, I wouldn't be able to let everything play out as it once has anymore. There were people who traveled from the 15th and changed history. In the blink of an eye, the world I'd always lived in had distanced from me so much that it was no longer reachable. So with no room for doubt, attempting to save Mia was what I had to do. I needed to figure out a way to travel days through time once more and save her. If I took the Seikimea before November 27th, that'd be the best I could do. And then after that would come across a new decision, almost as important as the last. After lying on the floor for so long, my nervousness gradually dissipated. There was no way I'd be able— What do you mean, dissipated? There's no way I'd be able to calm myself the next day, but the beige walls in my living room were oddly relaxing. Beige! Hypnosis walls! See, this is how hypno-fetishism works. You stare with beige walls at beige walls forever until you turn into a dumb bimbo slut. I swear, that's how hypno-fetishism works. Beige wall hypnosis. Maybe I was spending my last hours there. Unbelievable as it felt, I was in a situation where I didn't blah 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 blah. I'm exhausted. You are tiring me the fuck out, Shiroya. What the hell was I thinking? What was I? I took Isla and Irina's tickets to prevent them from going to the tower. It sounded like a good idea because it sold out quickly. I completely ignored that they could simply print them out again. I don't think they'd have to buy new ones. That's the thing you missed? I sighed, exasperated. I'd never had a printer, so I never thought it through. I knew Atsuki and I hadn't checked out our tickets until the 14th. But we would have been able to print new ones if they hadn't been there. How the hell do I do this then? Unless Irina and Isla don't notice that their tickets are gone until they're in the tower, they can just go anyway. At least in the case of Atsuki and myself, it was seeing our tickets that made us decide to go through with attending the event. So we might actually not go if I do take them. Oh god, you know what's gonna happen? Jesus Christ. traveling at ski. If you take the tickets, I'm traveling at ski is going to have to put the tickets back to close the loop that enables you to do this. I didn't want to think very hard about it, but I wasn't too worried if I got caught by the police. Atsuki and I probably wouldn't go to the event, but if I wasn't able to find a safety net, I'd have to think of something else. Maybe a note wasn't a horrible idea, or I could break his printer. There had to be at least one way to stop Atsuki and me from going. And here it is left. I'm not able to travel. I could just try to talk to them again, but I'm not sure what I'd say. I'd wonder if they'd accuse me of stealing their tickets if I suddenly show up wanting them not to go. I'd think about that tomorrow, after going inside the tower. I hadn't moved in too long. Blah, blah, blah. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Well, I couldn't manage to stand up, as that would mean abandoning the life I had. I stayed on the floor, it would mean the last night in my bed had already happened, and for some reason I preferred that. Uh-oh, song change. I managed to stand up, but only to turn off the light. The room had become dark. Wow. Right, you're having a mental breakdown. Chaotic. Then my vivid That's a sentence. My vivid trains of... That became mentally exhausting. I just wanted to fall asleep, but it didn't seem like it would ever happen. What? Closed? Loop yourself the key to this. Had to go to the tower in the morning. Blah, 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 blah. 5:23. See, this time when we looked at the phone, it's not important. This time, it's labeled. That means this is important. No service, huh? I didn't think I'd seen them before, but I closed my phone to combat an abrupt headache. I'm grabbing my phone for a while, but I accidentally my filter on. Next to the numbers, I saw the words no service, huh? I think I'd seen them before. This is important. Oh, I need to worry. Seriously worry. There was no way I'd be in time for an event that would start in 4 hours. At least that wasn't too important. But it didn't feel like I'd ever fall asleep. When I'd immediately reawakened, and once I'd seen the light of my phone, I couldn't get it out of my mind. The entrance fee on the 15th had been pretty expensive. I believe I had enough money in my wallet, but if not, I still had the option of buying a normal visit. I rolled onto my back. Being there was getting unbearable. Most of my stress had faded a while ago, but that still wasn't enough to fall asleep. The impression that I was wasting any of my time was intrusive. I finally sat up and noticed that I wasn't really tired. After a short time, my constricting headache started to fade. I grabbed my phone again. It was 5:30. I know this feeling. On the 15th, we'd gone to the tower during the night because we hadn't been able to fall asleep. It was still very early, though. If I go before sleeping, I could come back later and rest in the afternoon. I'll have to spend a long time in the tower the next night. That'll help me not be exhausted. It was doubtful I'd be able to sleep after coming back, when I'd finally be aware of the crucial details I needed. But since it was likely Atsuki wouldn't be home during the day, I didn't think it was a terrible idea. There was no way I'd be able to lie back down after sitting up, let alone sleep. I'd been on that carpet for so many hours. I was still a bit dizzy, but I'd managed to carefully stand in the darkness and step out of the room. Wow. I didn't know if it was a bad idea, but I grabbed my coat and stepped into the pair of boots on the floor. I gripped the door and slowly pushed it open. What is this audio? This is bad. I'm freaking out now. Something's about to happen. The air was frigid as usual, but I couldn't feel any wind. A multitude of stars filled the dark sky. Unmatched by the row of streetlights across the closest walkway, not a soul could be seen, and the imposing atmosphere made me reconsider going out so early. I stepped forward, snow stiff between my feet. But I couldn't make out that layer of white anywhere but directly underneath the light. I had my purse with me, so I closed the door and descended the stairs, purposely avoiding the frozen handrail. I looked in the direction of the tower, however, for once I couldn't see it. There was no chance I'd get lost, so I started to walk towards its location. As the tower was on the outskirts, the streetlights soon ceased, making me hike the walls to know where I was. It wasn't very far, but despite the eerie scenery, I was glad I'd left my apartment. I had to be in the tower in the morning, and I knew its entrance opened far before 9 a.m. The receptionist had been there when we arrived, so I could try to buy tickets for the event and think about the questions I wanted to ask. I kept walking, hoping I was getting closer. I could hardly see anything a few steps ahead, and as all the lights had disappeared, I had to confirm the sensation of movement by looking at the ground. I started to see more of the round bulbs in the distance. I knew what it meant. This is the plaza in front of Ashia Tower. I got closer and closer until I could perceive the light's quiet buzz. Then I followed the path with my eyes, ending where the tower stood. There it was, the immense building in the form of a huge shadow that covered the many stars behind it. I got closer to it, interspersing the hum of the lights with the sharp steps. However, before I expected to, I hit a wall. It was the wall of the tower, which I suddenly hit with my foot. Startled, I felt it with my hand as if me a cold stone. But I touched something else entirely. My fingers felt a smooth, glassy surface, and I stared at it with confusion, but I understand where I was. It was a door. No thick shutter was there either, as I could recognize the floor of the lobby I stepped behind the glass. I wondered to myself why I'd been surprised and immediately concluded that it was because there was no light. I'd suddenly hit the glass with no warning since the lights behind it weren't turned on. Instead of putting it in my pocket, I grabbed my phone. Scream. There's something happening right now. Like it seemed it was locked. I stepped back carefully, trying to get a feel for my surroundings. All I determined was that I was completely alone. I don't think we are. On the 15th, that door had been highlighted by the warm light behind it, and we'd entered it at 6. That time was very close, but I began to wonder whether that had been a special occasion. Maybe they'd anticipated people would come early, and that's why the tower had been open at 6. Over 3 hours were left until 9. When would the entrance open? I had no way to know how long we'd have to wait. I leaned on an icy metal beneath nearby streetlight, the cold penetrating my back. The light made my misty breath visible, emphasizing the harsh cold even further. Without a doubt, I wouldn't be able to stay there for long. You live here. Yes, you can. I stood covering my neck as much as I could. The ring of lights that let me see ahead in every direction, but past them there was only darkness. I figured something had to happen soon, but even if I wanted to, I didn't feel capable of turning back. If I moved again, I wouldn't be able to withstand the temperature, and the physical fatigue was beginning to set back in. I felt like I'd been there for some time. I slowly took blah blah. 603. It had only been a few minutes, and the words "no service" were still there. This is important. I'd also looked at my phone on the 15th, before we'd been asked to leave behind the guards. By 6:03, I'd already been allowed to step in. How much longer do I have to be here? Is the tower not going to open until 9 a.m.? I was still staring at the building. Any moment, the light behind the glass would turn on. Maybe someone would come and unlock it from the outside. There was no way it would remain closed for 3 more hours. Without needing to look back at my phone, I knew the time was passing glacially. The few minutes I'd been there already felt much longer. Somehow they also passed very quickly. Had I really been there for more than 20 minutes? I felt as if my mind had been frozen though, the complete opposite of the spiraling mess I'd been at home. I wanted to close my eyes and sit on the ground. Everything around me was dark enough that it wouldn't have made much difference. And it almost felt like my body was gradually sliding down the streetlight anyway. I hope I was retaining enough of my scarce strength to be able to walk into the building when the time came. I still believed that the lights would suddenly turn on, but I hadn't sensed a thing since I stopped moving. I looked at the time again. Why was nothing happening? Even though it was so early, why was I alone? On the 15th, the group of people waiting for the event had begun hours before it started. Had that never been the case before? Even so, when was the door open? It was horrible not knowing how long I'd have to be there for. The woman who was at the reception desk could come at any time. She was here so early, and so were the guards. Oh, Kate too. He said he'd been taking the daily shifts recently. Did you see when he started? It should be well before 9. I couldn't do anything but waiting. I desperately needed the door to open. I tried to move my right hand, but I couldn't feel the touch my pocket anymore. Was something really gonna happen? It was hard to breathe properly, and the sporadic soft wind began to feel painful. The harsh electric sound, which I thought would be minor upon arriving, was practically blaring. What? $6.50. I'd been there an hour, not a thing had changed. I blanched at the thought of waiting for 2 more hours, but the longer it went on, the sooner I thought it had to end. The night had stretched out for so long that my eyes were beginning to close on their own. I just wanted to lie in my bed. The last stretch would not be easier on me. Soon Ina would open. Yes, you're waiting. You're still waiting. It's like searching the stairs again. The same wait continued until 7 o'clock came. When would something happen? I wanted to sleep and know where the safety mail was. I just needed to step into the tower, but why was it not open already? I hit the point of real pressing fear. I couldn't think straight. That small plaza was the only illuminated place I could see. I had to be close to the entrance as I could. I looked up, but I couldn't see anything past the dark monolithic slab of the building. This is the future, isn't it? I hadn't moved in so long that turning my head was painful. No, it's not. I had to do it slowly, but I managed to see the stars. Wait, am I crazy? It was the same starry sky, just like everything below it, but nothing had changed above. What? This doesn't make any sense. Where's the sun? I stared up with wide eyes. The dark sky looked just as it had been when I left my apartment. Then speechless, I looked back at my phone, 7:04. I don't understand. It's like the world has stopped moving. No service. Why? Why does my phone have no... Okay. From theater under the sun, we know something bad, the world kind of freezes. The world freezes when you break time. I felt the time might not have been passing since I leaned in that streetlight. Astonished, I forced myself to step forward and spun. Nothing at all had changed. There was no meaning I could think of. After all, no matter how certain I felt, it was impossible that everything had just stopped. Inevitably, the sun would rise, obliterating the night. Yes. I saw, for a minute, you just spoiled it, actually. You actually just revealed the trick, I think. I think you've just revealed the trick. Hear me out. We're caught in something. Maybe not. But if time is not moving... The second that passed more than... Oh, yes. But I was having this thought that either time is actually frozen, or we're caught in some kind of radius. A looping radius. But, yes, I did the ending. And in fact, this is what I had to say about it. I learned nothing, because I already knew everything. It basically, the Forbidden Relay basically confirmed everything I already knew. Everything had stopped. Now the sun would rise and glitter in the night. What was I waiting for? The tower should have opened already. Without a doubt, the sun should have begun to rise over. You're caught in the past Seiki Mea loop. Like that. Quitting had become my only protest, but time staunchly refused to advance to the next day. There was nothing else I could do. I wanted to fall back into my bed and feel the warmth of my apartment, but my legs wouldn't be able to carry me far from that undefined plaza. 2 days before then, I'd also felt like the world had something wrong with it, but everything had solved itself in the end. Was the same thing happening again? How long as I waited for then for normalcy to return? There was no way I was in the wrong, like I thought the other day. Nobody was there, everything felt still. And it had been, even since I arrived. There's something going on with the Seiki Mea. I was alone among nothingness. The light above me was a star, and everything for light years around was devoid. What the fuck? 9 o'clock will be no different. My eyes remained locked to the sky. I was terrified, desperately wishing I was back in my room, but simultaneously overcome with curiosity. Both these conflicting feelings locked me in place. It didn't make any sense. Where was the light, the people of the real world? Traveling through time with the Seiki Mea, as insane as it had been, was at least... No. She's out of phase of time. She's unstuck. We think for hours of time. I had no idea what I was experiencing in front of the tower. I had no name, no concept. I had to go back home. Even though I felt almost unable to walk, I was only a few minutes away, and every second I waited to slightly reduce the energy I had to go back. Even so, I was hypnotized by that unchanging sky. Was there at least an explanation behind the state of the world, or was it another question without answer? Time was certainly advancing, but I couldn't make out even a hint of a white outline. The sun was nowhere to be seen, not even the faintest trace of it. If the world had frozen, would it ever unfreeze? If so, then the next question was whether I'd get to see that happen. I couldn't believe my legs were still supporting my weight. There was nowhere to sit except to flick around itself. Wanting to confirm how much time had passed, I painfully lowered my neck to look at my phone. 7:30, no service. This time I slowly moved my finger up to the call button. It was freezing, but it still registered my touch. The moment I pressed it, I called my mother's number. A quiet robotic voice came out of the speaker. We couldn't connect to the line. Immediately a beep played, indicating the call had been cut. I entered something like a state of shock, unable to move the phone away from my ear. Something was very wrong. I could no longer believe anything else. The place I was at that moment was not the real world. I'd gone back to looking at the sky. Where would I be if not in the real world? Was I in a dream after I'd fallen asleep on the soft carpet? Usually verifying that would be very simple. However, as I could hardly feel my skin anymore, even after pinching my hand, I wasn't able to conclude it was reality. No, it was reality. The minimal sensation had been enough to confirm that. When we'd been in the tower, I felt the same way regarding how dreamlike everything was. Was there then an explanation behind this unmoving world? Who could possibly interpret anything about that explanation if it existed in the first place? Hadn't I been the only person to notice it 2 days earlier? After all, it felt as if I was the root cause. The world wasn't permitting me to enter the next day even though it already should have started. If that was it, if there was anything I could do, was there anything I could do? There's 0 ideas that came to mind about what was happening to me or how I could resolve it. And there was no fleeing either. If abandoning the idea of just going to the tower would advance everything to the next day, there was no solution. I could still feel my hand. What was clear was that staying still was getting me nowhere. Still gripping my phone, I took it out again. According to what time had definitely been passing, it was 7:35. Making sure I could move my legs, I stepped closer to the building. Immediately the bricks that formed the front wall became visible. The lobby looked as it had earlier. The tower was just as unchanging as its surroundings. I stepped to the left, trying to make out the reception desk. Even though it was very dark, I was sure nobody was there. I had little to no force left in the motion, but I grabbed the handle again and tried to push. It didn't budge at all. The Seiki Mea was close to me, somewhere behind that door. If the world had frozen in place, wasn't it the perfect opportunity to obtain it? I couldn't sense a single living thing anywhere, so there was no need to devise a plan. I just had to find the Seiki Mea and hope that after using it, things would fix themselves. So I continued stepping away from the door until no light remained for me. I walked forward, feeling the rough wall of my arm. It continued for a short while, but I soon lost it. When that happened, I turned to my right and something cold hit my shins. It was grass, covered with snow that I shook off before it could stick to me. Then I put out my right hand and walked ahead, tracing the wall with my bare fingers. I'd gone around to the left side of the building, having considered the possibility of another way in. Going to the storeroom... What? Would I be able to open it if... Yeah, I'm told that the translation from the bot is so-so. It didn't sound likely, but it was a chance I could enter. I no longer feared the possibility... Okay. Door. 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 If the door literally right to the wall I was at, there was a way I could find it. I tried to forcefully press my hand against the wall. Naturally, nothing happened. If a door was happened, it would have been made or covered with the same bricks as everywhere else. However, when we entered the storeroom, we had shaken the door from the inside and had made a rattling sound. If the other side was the wall, then shaking it from the outside would produce the same sound. With no light bulbs around, all sound had disappeared. Blah, blah, blah. I took one step forward and softly hit the wall with a fist. Yep. Yep. So, you hit the wall. What was that it? The sound had been different. To confirm it, I hit the same spot, trying to apply a bit more strength I wasn't sure I had. The sound I heard was different. Speechless, I extended my arm to the wall and pushed. When I did, I felt it move. What, did I open it? After so long, that was what made my heart speed up. I felt the edges and continued to confirm the outline of a door. Akaro had been right after all. The door in the storeroom was the only thing blocking our way out. I'd gotten it to open easily just by pushing it. However, it opened inwardly, which is why we hadn't been able to do it in the storeroom. I stepped towards the door. Uh-oh. Remember how they said that the Zin tried to steal the Seiki-Maya and hadn't succeeded? Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Congratulations, Shiroya. You're gonna try to steal the Seiki-Maya and fail. But I couldn't move. The fear of someone being in the security room resurfaced. If I walked forward and got caught, that was the end of everything. The door was covered by bricks, and its gaps were incredibly thin. When I felt it from the inside, I noticed something very important. Oh, there's no handle. It was already gone that morning. More importantly, that meant if I closed the door, I wouldn't be able to open it from the inside. I walked deeper into the narrow entrance, leaving it open. There wasn't much wind outside, so I didn't think it would close on its own. Immediately I hit another wall. It was what concealed the area I was in. It was in its regular position, separating both sides of the storeroom. I put my hands on it and felt it around the right edge, where the opening mechanism was. On that side, the little aperture was noticeable to the touch. When I dragged the wall open, however, I couldn't see any difference as there was no light beyond it. I took another cautious step and felt the soft texture. I was really in the storeroom. What I was making contact with was the damaged couch we'd seen next to the wall. I couldn't see anything, but I knew the door to hallway A was right in front of me. Was it open or closed? Well, I couldn't know that. What I did know was that the lights were off on the other side. There was no camera in the storeroom, but as soon as I opened the next door, I would be reported. The question was whether the security room was vacant or not. I didn't know what to do. Of course, there had to be someone in the security room. But there simultaneously couldn't be. The world was frozen. What would happen if I was seen? I couldn't claim to have randomly found a hidden door. But the chance I had was perfect. The tower seemed lifeless, so I could find the Seiki-Maya and leave. If it was true that nobody was there, I could even set off the alarm and let the Seiki-Maya store time for 12 hours, as there wouldn't be anyone in the security room to complete the deactivation process. Ultimately, I reached my arm for the door. The day would evidently never begin, so between attempting to walk back home and trying to obtain the Seiki-Maya, the decision had already been made. I felt the metallic knob and turned, yet. After opening the door, the darkness persisted. I couldn't see hallway A, but I knew I was there. I was immediately certain I wasn't in a dream due to my senses. It was a smell, the strange smell that had characterized the building on that long day since here again. The Seiki-Maya is armed! But I knew it wasn't the scent of the building. On the evening of the 15th, I identified the real source, the Seiki-Maya. When it had been close to it, the smell had strengthened, and when moving further of it, had always been weaker. As I thought, the Seiki-Maya had to be there, somewhere in the building, and going off the intensity, it was close. I hadn't taken another step into the hallway, but I'd been there for some seconds and nothing had occurred. Then I realized my impression had been incorrect. After opening the door, there had been a subtle change I had taken a bit to notice. A tiny green light could be seen high up, slowly flickering. It belonged to a security camera. We'd never learned the true meaning behind those lights. Did they indicate I was being recorded or something else? Was my figure being displayed in the security room? Everything was cold and still. The only remaining movement was from that inanimate light. The security room had to be soulless, but I couldn't believe it. Even though that belief was close to proven, I couldn't accept it. Slowly, I began to take silent steps towards the metallic door. An occurrence in the 15th was repeating. In just a short time I'd been there, the smell had blended in, becoming harder and harder to notice despite its prior strength. The first time we'd noticed the smell, I wasn't Katei confused about it too? But if it came from the Seiki-Maya, he should have smelled it during the previous 2 weeks. I hit the wall at my side, failing to walk in a straight line. Carefully, I continued to move until I felt the doorknob. It was a security room, so I gently gripped it. I had to see with my own eyes. Was nobody on the other side? It couldn't be. Ashi had been anticipating Zin's attack, so why would nobody be stationed at the cameras? But if I knew the room was empty because I hadn't been seen. When I slowly opened the door, Nothing but darkness awaited me. There was nobody inside. I knew there were many monitors in front of me, but none of them were on. It was unbelievable. Why had all light vanished from the world? Why had all the surrounding lights gone dark when electricity still flowed? I walked into the room and I recognized a red light near the floor. Doubting whether the button it belonged to still functioned, I reached out and felt around in front of me. When I touched the chair, I moved to the side and crouched a little next to the light. I pressed the button softly. A whirring sound came from my side, following it when the screens turned on. The computer powered on and a single monitor displayed a loading bar. At last I could see the dim walls around me, projecting blue light onto them. Without a doubt, I was the only person there. Soon the bar was placed by an authentication screen. I remembered that I had entered a long ID and password, and there was no chance I could access it. I had confirmed I was alone, as ridiculous as it seemed. I was about to walk out when the messiness of the room caught my attention. The objects were in the desk were scattered around, and almost all the drawers were open. What had happened on the 15th when we stepped inside the first time? The room had looked different. Had someone tried to find something? I began to feel uneasy. Oh, this is... Glancing at the many open drawers, I saw something next to a pile of open files. I pulled the heavy compartment open and tried to reach the bottom with a finger. A brown key, long and rusty. After putting it in front of the light, I confirmed it was the one I suspected. It's the key we found on the floor of hallway A. We later thought it could have been the storeroom door, and it was in the security room. There could have few reasons to think the person who dropped the key had been one of the culprits behind the attack. At that moment was when it was essential for the cameras to be monitored. Nobody was in the security room. Was there a reason after all? Could the frozen world merely have been an illusion? There were many things that made me uneasy, so I walked to the door. My breathing had begun to accelerate. The key was still in my hand. It was potentially an essential part of the culprit's plan, so I took it with me, accepting that the past could change. But there was no copy of it. It wouldn't be found in hallway A anymore, and the entire act could fail depending on its importance. I felt around the lobby door until I found its knob. I could see a red light fire. Hello, obtuse foreigner! I am so-so. But it was enough to illuminate the lobby, even with the streetlights shining faintly from beyond the glass. I questioned it again. Why was the entire floor dark when I was able to turn on the computer? From the inside, the exterior door wasn't fully transparent, but there was enough to see that the sun hadn't risen yet. It seemed entirely futile to think about that. But if there really was a reason behind it, the mirrored stillness of the tower had the same cause. I could attempt to grasp it from that angle. Disoriented, I walked across the smooth floor with my arm out. Where was the Seikimea? If Ashi's intent was to make Zin break open the cabinet, it couldn't be well hidden. There was a room below me, but there was nothing in the storeroom, so the mechanic room was a rational place to store the cabinet. But more importantly, I knew that the light breakers were there. There were no switches on the wall, so if the breakers were on, I would have no idea why the tower was dark. I followed the surface of the desk around. Then I'd searched around across the wall until I'd taken hold of a door. A tenebrous staircase? What the?
Not the staircase.
Tenebrous? That's purple prose. It wasn't as narrow as I recalled. The cameras would have to fit if it brought down. After I made this sharp turn below, I felt the following door, which I accidentally opened with my knee. The bulb was no longer emitting any light, but the difference was minimal. I knew the space was filled with furniture, so I gingerly stepped to the wall with the circuit breakers. I hit the plastic panel with my arm. Naturally, I couldn't see the state of the switches, so I hoped that what I had at hand would be enough. I took out my phone and placed the screen in front of the panel. The breakers were right behind it, so the faint light was enough to let me see the direction they were pointing to. I slowly panned the phone across the plastic surface, taking a look at all of them. They all pointed up. So like with the sun, there was no reason behind the lack of light within the tower. It didn't make any sense. And so I put my phone away and reached my arm back up. When my phone hit the plastic, I heard a metallic sound. As the ceiling was very low, I had no problem reaching the top of the panel. Two cold objects were there. It's the Seikimea. I grabbed two more keys. Once they were illuminated, I recognized them as well. Wait, this is the attic. But that wasn't all. Because the other one was unmistakably the Seikimea cabinets. They have been left here for you. I just have to find the cabinet. I can unlock it. I don't have to break it open. Why the hell didn't those keys been there? Both of them were supposed to have few or no replicas and be carefully protected. Nothing made any sense. How many mysteries layered around the Seikimea? I began to question what to do. I have to hurry and find the cabinet, but then what? Should I try and trigger the alarm or silently unlock it to take the Seikimea? I'd been recorded by camera, so even though I had the cabinet key, shutting down the tower sounded like a fine idea. However, anyone who knew about the secret door could enter at any point. If the rusty key is for that door, I could lock it from the inside. I tried to move, but the obstacles in the room didn't make it easy. Did the cabinet have been there? Well, it seemed like a good place, and neither the lobby nor the mechanical room had cameras. There were chairs and tables on the floor, so I had to move some aside to get to every part of the room. Even though it was impossible for anyone to be there, I kept trying to be silent and failing as I scattered things I couldn't see. After a while, I knew the cabinet wasn't there. I had no idea if I needed to hurry or not, so I walked up the staircase without wasting any more time. I stepped back into the lobby. Where would the Seikimiya have been? There were a couple places I knew to prioritize over others. I walked to hallway B, hitting the card column with my shoulder. The green lights and the cameras were still there, but my legs moved automatically, recalling the steps I needed to reach the place called the event room. Was it as simple as it had been on the 15th? Finding out would be simple, and if the cabinet wasn't there, then my last idea was the room in front of it, E4, where the cabinets of temperature regulation were. After taking a few steps, I turned around. Through the door, I was peering back into the lobby. What? My heart sped up all by itself while I scrambled to understand why my line of sight was completely black. I could see nothing but darkness, but that didn't make any sense, because from there I should have been able to see the lights of the reception desk. What happened? I closed and opened my eyes a few times, wondering if I was the problem. There it was. Stunned, I looked at it. I hadn't moved at all, so I didn't understand. I really wanted to doubt my eyes, but the light had suddenly come back. And even though I could see it from beyond the door, my heart hadn't slowed down. It was the same sensation as when I turned around while being impaled in the snow. You got time warped. There was only silence. I backed away slowly without taking my eyes off the light. And eventually the wall covered it as I kept approaching the door at my right. I found the doorknob and opened the way to the bridge between the hallways. It was cold, but as soon as I took a step in, I perceived a decrease in temperature. What is this? I couldn't believe that I was able to feel any colder. However, after opening that door, the change of an instant. As I approached the place where the cabinet had been, the temperature continued to decrease. It's here. In the middle of the wall, I felt the cold touch of a curtain. I raised it as fast as I could, forcing my hand into a claw grip. And when it was out of the way, I didn't have to wonder what was behind it. There was a faint glow, making the crimson texture beneath it visible. I couldn't believe it. The Seikimiya was there. But what had happened in that place? With my free hand, I reached in to verify if the cabinet was open. As I thought, the glass was improperly closed. That's why the entire room felt chilly. I had to decide what to do, but I couldn't think straight. I had the Seikimiya at hand. I didn't even need the key I found. I felt the glass with my hand. The gap wasn't big enough to get it through, so I tried to scroll it further down. Huh? I couldn't move it. It seemed to be stuck in place. Why is it not opening? It can't be locked. I kept applying force and noticed it was moving a little. Before I could reach the Seikimiya, though, I let go of the glass. What's that? I stared at the cushion around the Seikimiya. My first impression had been mistaken, as it wasn't just crimson. Is that white? It appeared to be stained by a substance, but I couldn't tell what it was. Frowning, I kept trying to push open the glass. Is it cracked? The surface felt rough, as if it had been damaged. What? A loud noise invaded my ears right as I got the glass unstuck. Is that the alarm? Why? Did I just break it? I'd never heard that sound, but it had to be the same one that played when we were trapped. I started to lose control of my nerves. What was happening? I triggered it after doing something to the cabinet and I couldn't see what. I stood still, playing for the sound to disappear. I was being locked in, but nobody was in the security room, and I left the storeroom door open. As I stood, I perceived a fainter and rougher sound coming from the lobby. It was the shutter, closing automatically. The sounds came back, and I still couldn't get it together. Of course the past had changed. The alarm had activated before the 15th. But why? I looked at the Seikimiya, still faintly going. Nope! You just closed the loop! This is when they almost catch a Zin member. Someone tried to steal the Seikimiya. I should have had enough time to escape with it, and I didn't know if the world would return to normal on its own. I put my hand through the opening and immediately stopped. It didn't make any sense, but I was too exhausted to react. The inside of the cabinet, which I expected to be the coldest part of the room, was hot. In fact, as I got closer to the Seikimiya, I felt a hot aura reminiscent of the one in the water tank. Wait, does this mean I can travel really far back again? Why though? The cabinet shouldn't allow it. I raised my hand and felt the freezing air the cabinet was releasing. I touched the white stain on the cushion and knew I wasn't mistaken. Something was there. It was considerably hot, as if something had dried on the cloth. As I moved my hand around it, I noticed when it was in abundance. It was in abundance, whatever it was. What was it? I couldn't tell, but there was also tiny pieces of a rocky texture scattered across the cushion. My fingers felt something different and tried to grab it. It was larger than the strange substance above it. What the hell is this? A card? Its texture and form resembled one, but it was pretty small. I took it out of the cabinet and felt its hot touch, painfully confused. It was stained like the cushion, but I couldn't tell what it was. I grabbed my phone and shined its faint light on the object. Just like I thought, it was Zin. A chill felt ran down my spine. They had been there. But why? They couldn't have attacked until the 15th. Was it as I feared? Had one of the members traveled from the 15th, changing history with an early attack? No! They put their card in the cabinet to say, you know what? We can steal this thing at any time. Fuck you. I stared at the Seikimea. More importantly, why was it still there if the Zen had already attacked? Because they're showing this is it's power play. This is theatrics. This is theatrics. Zen is showing us, you know what? We can strike at any time. I had so many questions and no faith that any would be answered. I began to move my hand towards the glow inside the cabinet. The searing air around it was all I could be sure of. It was ridiculously hot, completely overpowering the cabinet's icy interior. My frozen hand had penetrated the barrier of hot air. The temperature was all I needed to know that Seikimea's energy was comparable to when it had been in the water tank. Would touching it bring life back to the world? And the 15th had gone 15 days back. It didn't matter that I had nowhere to stay. I would have time to work all those matters out. I just had to go back in time and ruin out the problem by obtaining the Seikimea before anyone else did. My hand, cold as it was, began to burn painfully. I was so close to the Seikimea and to leaving behind yet another reality. Yep. I shut my eyes, mustering up the will to move my hand further. I expected that by the next time I opened them, my surroundings would have morphed entirely. No. I knew it! You're here! The light had come back, but I was in the lobby. Where is this? You're in the future! The past? Atsuki? You! We both looked shocked to see each other. At that time, I saw the shutter and the powered-off lights. Those were the effects of the alarm. Are you Shiroya? Yes? Where are we? I just appeared here. This is time-traveling, Atsuki. I couldn't believe it was him. I thought seeing him again wasn't impossible. However, the look he gave me was seemed full of suspicion. His eyes were piercing mine, and he appeared wary. I felt my body and noticed my heart skip a beat. I was wearing different clothes, ones I'd washed the day before. As soon as the world had unfrozen, so had I. I could move my hand without it cramping. As if the time I'd spent outside had been erased, and when I did, I realized I wasn't tired anymore. That... I followed his eyes towards the hallway B door. When I gave it a closer look, I saw the crucial detail I'd missed. Its edges were dark. I'd seen it before, so I didn't have to wonder what it meant. It's the smoke, right? Yes, but doesn't it look different? What? I'm not sure where we are. I just appeared here, too. As he said that, he approached the door. Unlike mine, his clothes were the ones he'd worn on the 15th, but they were clean. A sound that came from hallway B made Atsuki stop. The door had closed, and we went still, trying to stay silent, and I did the same. I couldn't believe what I saw. Oh, fuck, don't breathe. What? No light filled the hallway, only a dark fog did. Remember how I said we were about to touch the future Seikimea? Remember that? Sure. Parody. So. Atsuki has gone back in time. He has touched the past Seikimea and ended up here. At ice time, Shiroya has touched the future Seikimea and ended up here. The future Seikimea... What's the 5th at this point? The 4th. 3, 2... Puts you at a place where you'll be in the past in terms of relative time? I need to think about this, like actually think about this. So, Parody, what do you think so far? Are we glad to be, like, back in the world where hell, what's the word I'm thinking of? Where I'm glad I have something to solve. Okay. Shiroya has gone forward 10 days, let's say. Which means she has gone No. She hasn't gone forward 10 days. Something else has happened. Hear me out. We know the Seikimiya functions on relative time. By the way, Parody, are you able to discuss this to come up with theories about what we just saw? Because I have a few. Time to twirl! Kudu-kudu!
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This was what, the fourth? We've gone for like, what, 10 days, right? We've traveled for 10 days. That means it would have to put us back somewhere we were 10 days ago in relative time. The problem is, 10 days ago in relative time, it would be, we end up back at the 30th. It's like the 4th. It would be 10 days ago relative time would be the 16th? No. 10 days ago relative time. I'm trying to figure the 3rd or 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4. It would be the 9th of December. We're not here on the 9th of December. So I think something else has happened. Something tricksy. Some kind of Seikimiya trickery has occurred, I think. This is my honest opinion. Some kind of Seikimiya trickery has occurred. Either that or the frozen world stuff means something else. There is one other possibility. Would you like to hear what that is? We're not in beta world line anymore. We didn't swap, I don't think. Okay. Thank you. So we know the Seikimiya is armed when we first enter the building. So we could be in an overlapping radius. This touching it moves Shiroya. The problem is that only... If... Hear me out. If a world shift also triggers the same, the effect of the Seikimiya right? If we've gone to Gamma and Hatsky was with us, it could have yanked us both and put us in this corridor. Somehow... It has something to do with whatever was causing that frozen world effect. That's all I can think of, is it has something to do with that. It's got to be something to do with that, but I'm not sure what. Parody? By the way, I welcome, any input.
I wish I could help, but I don't think I can.
Pat.
Feels bad, man. Do we even have enough information to try to figure out where we're at?
I know where we are. There are 3 people on the floor. Irina, Isla, and Sai, who just lost consciousness. We are where I thought we were. We are at the heist itself. I knew this. So that means we have jumped, 10 days into the future. Caveat, or did we? I'm curious what your input is on the frozen world thing.
It seems like a lot of text just to get us back to, or just to kind of go through the events that happened in a time loop to get back to where we are, or closing the loop, so to say.
I think the most important thing is the person who got arrested being followed around. There's also something else I suspect happened. It might be my imagination, but there was a brief part where I thought that while we were outside, we got world shifted at some point without knowing it. We know the rules for how the Seikimea works. Except how it decides the amount of time. But we know how it decides where to put you. We know presumably how world shifting works. We know that there are at least probably 2 stones, one that goes forward and one that goes backwards. Oh. I was wearing different clothes from ones I'd washed the day before. Was she? And here's the thing I'm kind of wondering. I'm not sure Shiroya moved in time 10 days. Wait.
Azu. Oh, wait.
Hear me out, hear me out. We're in Gamma World Line. Why are we in Gamma World Line, Parody? Like, I can make sense of the out-of-service phone without freezing time. What would make the phone out of service?
Cut
Silly?
wires.
What?
Cut wires.
No. Parody, Sylvie, why would the phone be out of service without freezing time? Parody?
Don't remember.
Okay, what does Gamma World Line have that is distinct from Beta and Alpha World Line?
I don't know.
Shiroya's dead. The phone would be shut off if she was in a world where she's dead. That could explain the phone being out of service without having to use time is frozen as the device. That could be the reason the phone is out of service. Shiroya is dead in this world line and at this point, and her phone's been shut off.
Makes
So
sense.
If she's in Gamma World Line, but that would mean she has to have been moved to the Gamma World Line at some point. It would have to be some point or before the... Like at some point when she decided to change time, right? It has to be before the arrest. Because the newspaper article that mismatches what they said was in our world line. We can't actually change the past. Everything we do in the past it becomes part of it. It's inevitability time travel. You already changed the past. Good night, Ormit. And
Azu?
yes,
Oh, you're making some weird noises. It was like, is that my microphone? Is that...
they're called pretzels.
Oh. German pretzels?
They're called pretzels. So.
Oh.
At some point, Shiroya got world shifted to Gamma. Shiroya is not the Zin operative who breaks into the thing. She doesn't. She would have to do that in all 3 timelines to close that explanation. All 3 world lines. So, when did the lottery thing happen? No. Stopping power. And the reason the lady said, okay,
What the hell?
okay. The reason the lady said, I have never met you before, the lottery lady, is because she has not, in fact, met Shiroya before. But if Shiroya goes back to Beta World Line and plays the lottery ticket, she'll have met her. She's not in Beta World. By the time she's taken and doing the lottery ticket, she's not in Beta World Line anymore.
Makes sense.
Which is right here. At this point, she is not in Beta World Line anymore. In fact, she might still be in maybe at this point, the reason Dorothy's looking at her weird is because she's supposed to be dead at this point. Somewhere between Axis Roopway and Stopping Power, she has been world shifted to Gamma. And sleep paralysis, the reason is maybe not because the world is frozen, just because simply the world. So there was a theory I had a while ago that during a world shift you're out of phase, right?
Yeah.
So at some point that's the other way this is explained. At some point the phone is out of service because she is in this extended out of phase sequence. Where time is not like, I think when you're out of phase, time isn't moving properly. I'm trying to make sense
What
of
does that mean?
Okay. Akaru's testimony in Chapter 1 was that he appeared in the hallway, he's in front of everyone else, but they're ignoring him. Because he's out of phase. However,
Okay.
that Akaru probably didn't move forward that much in time. No. This has to be a specific component of world shifting. We are, in some way, either we broke time like an ethereal arc, because we know that from causality, or we are out of phase with time as a result of some kind of world shift travel. Because we are being moved forward a large period of time, there's another thing. There's actually another important thing that this the phone being out of service does. You know what it does?
What's that?
It prevents us from looking from knowing the date.
Hmm.
That's why I think something has to have happened that moved us date-wise. Something weird happened. In the future. I'm trying to explain this and I can't quite. I feel like it is this feeling of the explanation being on the tip of my tongue, but not quite having it. You know that feeling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, I still think Sai is an Ashia. Yes, I had an actual theory that Sai was Zin. He is some Ashia bastard child who's mad that his family won't acknowledge him, or otherwise, like pissed at his family. Okay, that's I think that's like kind of a so motivator in fiction. I'm the scion of the wealthy family, but my family are assholes, so I'm going to you know, strike back at them to show them what for. I was watching Everything Becomes F the other day. It has a closed room murder. A perfect closed room. And you know what? I know how to unclose this closed room. You see, because this room is always observed by cameras, you can never see anything coming in or out. What goes in is what objects that are brought into the room are always logged. I know how to unclose this closed room, but it's dumb. How do
And
you
what's your theory?
Okay, so there is a scientist in a room. She has not left this room for 15 years. Nobody has come into this room for 15 years. They have camera evidence to put it. She is not allowed to leave because she murdered her family, her parents. But she is intelligent and also insane, and too intelligent to... Yes, you have. Yeah. The guy who wrote this also made, there's a live-action series for his mysteries. They're these fucking science mysteries, which I can even tell you how to unclose this closed room.
Yeah.
When she went into this room and was locked in there at 13, she was pregnant with her uncle's child. She murdered her parents because they didn't like their relationship. So,
Okay.
the locked room murder is not that she died, it's that her daughter died. Her 15-year-old daughter, who was born in this room and has never seen the outside world. And it's like, this is how you this is really the only way to a way that validly uncloses the room. They're like, how do you get someone in a room that nobody's entered? Simple. They were always there. How can they always be there when only one person is there? There's your answer. They also the writer loves his mysteries that can only be solved if you have a doctorate degree in physics. You should read the other Nishino and Saikawa mysteries, or watch them, or whatever the fuck you call it, because it's
Hey, I'm not really sure I understand that either.
Okay, so this is what's going on. 15 years ago, this girl murdered her family. She's also like super genius, so like she's expected to work in science institutes, but she gets found not guilty by reason of like insanity. They put her in a room to do science, and they leave her there for 15 years. They feed her through a slot. She doesn't leave this room, and she is presumably murdered in this room.
Okay.
And we have to figure out how. How did someone get into a room when cameras have shown that nobody has gone in or out in 15 years?
Okay.
Well, That's how you explain it. It's the science mystery, man. You are not gonna understand these without like a fucking doctorate. It is okay. These aren't bad mysteries like Seiki Mei, like parts of Seiki Mei I don't like. They're just really intensely knowledge based. Like the whole thing is predicated on a Unix timer. Yeah.
Okay, wait. What is the solution again? Now that I understand the premise more.
Okay. So the solution is that when 15 years ago, this girl is 13. She's sleeping with her uncle. She goes to her parents and tells them about all this. They are like, no, we don't approve of this. This is fucking bad. By the way, you need to get an abortion. So she murders them both. They lock her in this room after finding her not guilty by reason of insanity because she has split personalities and she's 13 and Japan is kind of weird about charging minors. So the answer to this locked room is that, how does someone get into this room? They were there, they were born in the room. This girl who dies is not in fact her, but her daughter, born in this room, who is basically, she had this whole thing where her daughter was going to murder her and then steal her identity and leave the room. But, you know, daughter rethinks this, kills herself in the room, so she has to go through with the plan that way. It's weird shit. It's weird philosophy to, like, who am I, where am I going, that kind of thing. You know, that's Descartes, right?
I'm too smooth-brained for this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. These are science mysteries. They're not gonna be. They're meant to be solved by people with like Sherlock Holmes.
Okay, wait. So how does that apply to the security room here?
No, I'm not. I'm just talking about like bad closed loops.
Oh, okay.
Child doesn't escape the room. She murdered her child, kills herself, and then exit. And then so. Everything was all timed. And when a timer counts up to its maximum value, the system crashes, gives her a 2-minute window to exit the room. Yeah, 2-minute window to exit the room when the power is off. And at the end of the thing, I think she escapes. I don't remember how she gets off the island, but she does say, yeah, it's me, what are you gonna do about it? Like, I'm leaving, what are you going to do about it? You see, the whole thing is everything becomes F. F is a Unix timer. When this timer counts up to all F, the entire system crashes. I'd say 2 minutes. Critical power failure or light failure that enables the mystery to happen. It's okay. Here's the important thing to understand. We're working with mystery. We're working with locked room mystery logic. Normal fucking human comprehension is not applicable here. Like I'd say Danganronpa 2 logic. That's not a compliment. I'm saying Danganronpa 2 is badly written. But the point is, it's closed room mystery logic. It's the kind of thing that only makes sense in the creation of a closed room, but in like actual practical human beings doing things, it makes no sense. But when it comes to, okay, where does the closed room come from? It does. That kind of ridiculous thing. Yes. And that nobody was able to enter. The locked room mystery part is that nobody was able to enter. That's the locked room mystery part. Not only was there not enough time for someone to enter, kill her, and escape, nobody was able to enter, when nobody did enter. But, this is the thing I was watching the other day. I'm getting annoyed, like, okay. I'm getting annoyed with Seikimea in the same way I'm annoyed with this guy. No. During the 2-minute window, she's already dead. It's that whoever killed her was in the room and left it during that 2-minute window. But how did they get in when nobody could enter? It's not a very good mystery. It's infuriating. Have I mentioned I'm vaguely puzzle queen? Sylvie, are you here?
Andrea? Fucking.
What are you doing tonight?
I don't know. I've been out of it all day. Okay. But, I don't know. Probably more weather waves.
Nice.
I.
No cameras in the room. The only cameras are guarding the exit. It's ridiculous. It's not meant to make sense. It's only meant to make sense in because when the dead body comes out of the room on a motorized robot, the legs are cut off, arms and legs are cut off and placed on a motorized cart. Yeah. And right after that, bam! Bye-bye power. I kind of... Parody, can you recommend any mystery visual novels?
To you or just in general?
In general.
Let me see what's on my list.
Is, the Somnium Files mystery?
It is.
How long is it? I'm just curious.
Let me see.
Like, this is sat on the edge of my thing, like, forever.
The first one's about 30 hours,
Ow.
but it's all voice acted.
Oh no.
The thing about Somnium Files is that a lot of stupid stuff happens, and it's not mystery focused like Sekimeya is. Remember 11, of course.
You know what I'm still trying to do? I'm trying to figure out what content comes after Seikimea tonight. I can't decide between Final Fantasy VIII or Neverness to Everness. I'm in this weird mood-shaped mood.
Yeah.
Root Double is pretty good, but I'd say it's more of a thriller than a mystery.
Root Double?
Yeah.
I bet I could come up with a good visual novel. You know, I was actually writing a novel. I have a mystery novel idea. With the least likable main character ever.
Hmm.
Yes. Asshole, femboy, fuckboy streamer solves mysteries with crewmate. But here's the problem. I don't know how to do a good closed room. Like the idea. Okay, I could write a compelling visual novel, right? You know what you will not see me writing? A compelling closed room. I do not think I could write a murder mystery. But I would like to. Subi. Wait, really?
Is it? Let me see.
I came up with the best mystery ever. Wow. Would you like to know what the best mystery ever is? It was Tetsuya Nomura the whole time. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Haha. So, I don't know how to write a good murder, though. That's the thing, like, a good murder mystery has a trick that the detective has to solve. But I don't know how to write a good one.
Well, nothing else you'd probably do better than
By the way, I'm going crazy listening to this song over and over. Yes, let's turn it off. I'm actually going insane.
real as fuck.
I am.
Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night. Let's, So, I still, like, I have, like, what, 5 hours of stream left? But I don't know whether to start something new or do something new. Sylvie, are you gonna do Wuthering Waves tonight? I can, like, help motivate you by annoying you. Like, ordinarily, I would go, like, okay. I would go check out Go Hell Go. But, I made a promise to Nora that I would only do Go Hell Go once he's totally available to watch, right? I'm not super enjoying card NCL. Okay, I am, but it's one of those, help me out here. It's one of those things where I don't have anything to say during half of it.
That's fair. Gosh. Honestly, I I, I don't think I will be. I don't think I will be streaming tonight. I'm too tired.
Yes, I know how that feels. You see, I force myself to stream even though I'm always too tired. This is Sylvie. She's kind of cool. Cool shaped. Cool adjacent. Cool coded.
Oh god.
I could give Rabby. Okay, I could actually continue Rabby Ribby, but I don't want to. I don't want to do Star Ocean. I am not in the mood for Star Ocean 3. Like, I have a feeling that I've opened like a dozen fucking playthroughs that are all kind of eating me alive.
Yo, hold the
Oh.
fuck up. Denia is a resonator? Or a rectifier resonator? Fuck.
What?
I'm at least booting this shit up to do my dailies. Fucking.
I'm not doing fucking Umineko. I already know Umineko. I read the TV Tropes article.
Yeah. Huh.
You, by the way, Snakebird, have you tried Card NCL yet? Like, do I own these even? I mean, I've also spoiled the end of Zero Escape of 999. I do. I'm generically in this mood. Like, okay. Do you know what happens when I play a visual novel? It takes me, I'd say, 3 hours to go through 30 minutes of gameplay. I have this problem in RPGs too. I get bogged down in cutscene in any scene.
Huh.
I thought the Nunnery games was where like they round up people from every area and make them kill each other. You know, one male and one female participant. Wait, no, that's the Hunger Games. Never mind.
Oh my god.
But I don't feel like Devil of Decline or Artificial Dream in Arcadia. I don't really feel like Wuthering Waves. You know that feeling like you want to do something, but all the things you want to do take too much time and you don't feel like doing anything else? But all the games, other games I want to play, are like things I'd want to be more awake for, slash have Sylvie be more awake for. But
Yeah,
surprise, this was
real
something
as
you
fuck.
slash something I want to wait for June for. June is
Oh,
when I get
fucking
June
true.
is when I get the strike taken off my Twitch account. Oh, you know, the part where there's two
Wait,
narrators, you're
Double
doing it,
Drop also doubles the intimacy gains?
you know, the part where
Holy.
there's two narrators, you are helping Akane solve the puzzle in the past by solving it in the future. That kind of thing. Like, oh yes, Akane's the mastermind. Spoiler, sorry, Sylvie. I just spoiled 999 for Sylvie. Ha 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 ha.
I am totally going to remember this, Lamau.
You see,
And I totally give a fuck about 999.
you do. I could continue. I could. I'm also hot. I'm dying. Huh. Yeah, I'm in this. Okay, this happens at the end. This happens during content shifts. Unless I 100% knew what I was going to do next, I kind of sit here for like 30 minutes trying to like in just chatting mode, trying to decide what I'm doing next. I really want to play Teardown's like DLC, but Teardown has a non-zero like chance of crashing my entire stream. Like, I don't really know what it is, but it crashed. That's not short, Snakebird. That's not short. Like, all the things I want to do or have on my table, I don't. Oh. Oh. Well, I can't tell.
Mid. Lol.
Okay, let's go through my PS2 games. Jesus. Jesus! I've let my games folder get overflown with shit. Like I'm supposed to put things in. You know what I still want to do? I want to play Elisa Grimoire.
Hmm.
I want to play Elisa Grimoire without worrying that some asshole's gonna show up and say, "Hey, Hazu's playing a game that's not appropriate. Ban." You know, like I assume he's lost interest and gone away since I reported him and he got. Let's see. Let's look through. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Da 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 da
No,
da.
that was time. I was doing the Time Splitters opening theme, not Junko's theme. Yes,
Fair.
I know what song you are doing immediately. You can't fool me on Toho. Okay, I expect to, like, okay, I'm having a sleepy, lapsy problem, so I expect to black out at some point or have wakefulness lapses.
Real as fuck.
I could. Okay, do I really want to start another RPG? Is that really a good idea?
Jesus. Fuck, I just got wombo comboed.
Light Light says, are you gonna pull for Yuki, by the way? Do something that we're not gonna expect. Do something we're not going to expect. I just realized something. We have like 5 different RPGs outstanding that aren't gacha games. It's a
Yeah.
Star Ocean 3, Star Ocean 5, Final Fantasy 8, Macho Anomalies. I still need to do Card NC, finish Card N. Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? At least I finished Magical Girl Witch Trials. I finished something.
Mm-hmm. By the way, there is also it bugging geology game at some point.
Yes, we do need
We
to
only
do
like
it.
Half finished that or whatever.
All right. I guess I also have fucking Cuban Musume to check in my fucking Wuthering Waves dailies right
Cool.
now.
Tell me if I won. You know what I could start just to be obnoxious?
Hmm?
But this would be the second time I'm starting this. Tales of Symphonia.
Dania!
Wait, what?
I guess Dania won.
Really?
Yeah.
Who lost?
Hiyuki was in last.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check. I don't remember who I voted. Also, I'm having this weird encoder problem on my stream. I keep getting the encoder overloaded message. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm going to do this thing really quickly. And then what I'm probably gonna do is ow, my brain. Okay, I need something that will keep me awake for 5 hours, and it's not Cardin CL. It's gotta be Final Fantasy VIII, isn't it? It's gonna be fucking Final Fantasy VIII, isn't it?
Well, if it is, I'm here for it. Lol.
Cool. Okay, yeah. I don't feel super neverness to evernessy.
Mm-hmm.
But. Okay, you know
Wait.
what the. So
Is this
Lightlight
not
says,
two
play
pieces?
something no one's gonna expect. I actually did come up with something I could play that no one would expect.
In it?
I could play Final Fantasy VII.
Jeez.
You know, a game I've always felt is deeply overrated.
Yeah, nobody would expect it.
Cloud. Some. Kirito Leonhardt. It's a pity we can't rename all the characters in Final Fantasy VIII. We can only rename Squall.
Right? Also, holy shit! Apparently, the Eliminators in fucking like it's just one round per instead of you know, the prelims had fucking first and second, except the show match, I guess. But like,
Alright,
fuck,
let's
dude.
see. Who won? Who did I vote?
Hmm.
I won!
Oh, you voted Denia? Fair enough then.
Who did you vote for?
Chun-Li, I think.
I feel so proud of myself.
Congrats.
You know what you should really feel proud of? By the way, Snakebird, how do you okay. There is one other thing I could actually do. Do we like poorly voice acted card games?
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm thinking of playing Batten Kaitos, but I'm thinking of playing Batten Kaitos.
Okay, so hmm.
So. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I get like this. I am one of the most indecisive people in the world. It's totally awkward, right? It's totally awkward, right?
So I have my individual progress pretty well routed to the fucking end of this. Hmm. Here's a weird fucking question.
What?
How well would Chisa's weapon work on Mornier?
Not at all.
Fair enough.
Mornier wants energy regen on her weapon.
Huh.
That's why the second best option is purple.
Nice. Well, if I really wanted to, I could still pull for Mornier's weapon.
Okay, if you can get the purple one, just that's the
Mm.
better deal because then you don't need her weapon. Fundamentally, her weapon doesn't.
Do anything special?
Mm-hmm. Let's
Fair
actually
enough.
Google. And here's what people on Reddit say. Her weapon is one of the most skippable signatures in the game.
Mm. Yeah. I guess I'll probably wait for fucking pull for Denias then. Lol.
Ba 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 ba. Mm-hmm.
Fucking this next fucking
nope, wrong.
banner is fucking stacked. Just for the record.
Sure.
Fucking Denia, Chisa, and Frolova.
Now let's get the other thing in. Mm-mm. Where's sound? Oh, where's audio capture 8? Ba, 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 ba. Hey, light! You can figure it out with me. You can figure out junctioning with me.
Yay.
We can both figure out junctioning together.
Junction.
Oh. Oh, by the way, Autumn, I have a Discord. There's not much to do in my Discord because I'm not a very social person. The most interesting thing in my Discord is being able to read my stream announcements. But at the same time, like, if you really like Seiki Mea, you'll notice I keep calling it the evil time travel rock. Like, I'm exhausted by Seiki Mea. Maybe it's that I figured out so much of the game, like, early on, but I'm exhausted with Seiki Mea. I'm exhausted with some of the storytelling. Like, I've been saying not super enthusiastic things about this game since oh right, let's switch over to stream announcement. Oh. Mom, I'm a real mercenary now. I even have a scar on my face. Out of
Well,
curiosity, everyone, what do you think is the best Final Fantasy game? There is one thing that voice acting does mean. It means I can't alt dub. Eight. I think it's 8. Oh, ah! Yay, hey there, Zell. So what? Zell is basically, Klein, right?
maybe.
And, like, Kingdom Hearts rules, Zell is what? Finally made it back. Seriously. Well, I guess we just have to wait for the test results. Till then, see ya, Kirito. See ya. Wait, what do you mean, see ya? Hey, I'm... No, this is a... Wait, stop moving! I'm trying to sexually assault you. Okay. Bye, Selfie. I'll see you in class. Someone's gonna have to teach me how to kill rules. Wait, hey, excuse me, sir. You're challenging me? Yeah. Oh. Uh-oh. Did I just start spreading weird fucking rules I'm gonna regret? I think I did. Also, does anyone remember what my actual fucking deck was before? It's Legend Biggs. And Elnoil, right?
Maybe. That definitely has been in your deck list before.
Yeah, his deck can't actually face up to mine. Shit. And I just walk away with your whole deck.
Well,
Yeah! Yeah, I'm gonna burn your cards in front of you. You suck. That's what you do when you win people's decks, you know? You just burn their cards in front of them. Uh-oh. Mission complete. I think we did a pretty good job. The candidates are back safely, right? Except Cypher. He's only back marginally safely. It's syphilis. Cypher got like 5 fucking STDs. We just received word from the Dalek Dukedom. The Galbadian army has agreed to withdraw as long as the communication tower is repaired and the uplink remains operational. Well, in any case, Galbadia is out of there. I don't think we should be agreeing to this one. we could have made more money if they'd stayed and caused more ruckus. Hey, Jihiro, looks like Albania's real target's the comms tower. Radio signals are worthless. How do you feel out there in the battlefield? Whatever. Right? That's how it feels on the battlefield. Whatever. You see, you have to become the edgiest. The edgiest edgelord that ever got addicted to edging. Whatever. That's great! Whatever! What? What the fuck? Oh, I'm just glad nobody got hurt. I want to hurt your deck. Can I hurt your deck? Hey, you did pretty well. I want to hurt your deck. Of course, he's my best student. He's not very social, though. I'm social enough to neg you. Hey, baby. I'm hot for teacher. I'm hot for teacher. Look. You could be a 80-year-old bat. And I don't mean like bat as like a metaphor for someone old. I mean, you could be an actual fruit bat. A Zubat, even! You could be an 80-year-old Zubat, and I would still date you, because I have a fetish for teachers. Come on, Quisty. Are you ready to digivolve into Zubat? I don't really know how a... Well, I mean, if you digivolve into Zubat, you'd have, like, a massive mouth. For blowjobs. That's the only reason you ever get a Zubat, right? Wait, don't Zubats have a massive mouth?
I mean, Golbat's is bigger, but...
Exactly. But that's the only reason you'd ever use a Zubat, right? Blowjobs?
Probably. Mm-hmm.
Like, isn't Zubat fucking useless? Hey, Kaizaki! Dun, 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 dun.
I haven't actually played
Astral.
Pokemon in like a hot minute.
I just got done with Seikimea for the night, and I am doing Final Fantasy VIII to cool down. Okay, praise be the Fluffy. I almost did Baton Kaitos. I kind of want to do Baton Kaitos. Wait, am I doing that weird thing where I start something and I think, wait, I'm going to do something else entirely? Does anyone else have that problem? Like, they start playing something, right? And then, like, 5 minutes after they start playing, they want to play something else. How are you doing, today, Kaizaki? Ow. Did you have a good day? This is Squall. Squall is on a mission to discover that he is not, in fact, cool. Oh, writing! What are you writing? I'd read your, if it's like on a website or anything, I'd read it. I'm admittedly a bit of a harsh critic, but, my issues are always going to be storytelling, not prose. Oh! Tell me more! Tell me more! I'm curious! Do you have a link? I would love to read this. A while ago, I was writing a supernatural mystery and Megara Award. Oh, okay, that's fair. Well, if you ever put it on something where people can read it, I'll read it. Hey. Wanna play a card game? I'm just gonna bring your mini-mog into this just to gloat. Yeah. I'm the hyper-gloater. Yeah. Wait, you're Kid, what the fuck are you doing? Kid, you literally threw! Remember when I couldn't beat this deck? Like, what, 6 hours of gameplay ago? 6 hours of gameplay ago, this deck was unbeatable. Hey brother, how was it? Ouch, I went for my chronic back pain. You always say that. Nay, Oni-san, what are we gonna do on the bed? I'm going to bend you over and spank you for— Oh shit, it's safer! Uh-oh. Did you hear about the communication tower in Dalit? We would have been heroes if it weren't for that withdrawal order. You were only looking for a fight. My dear instructor, I'm hurt. Those are rather cruel words for an aspiring student. Well, you want crueler words? You see, I am a sadist. Let me give you some cruel words. I've seen caterpillars bigger than your penis. That's why you're looking for a fight. You are mad about your little tiny baby dog. That's why you act like an asshole and like you're above everyone else. I made you the leader and you spent it acting like an asshole. A mediocre instructor like you will never understand. What? You know what? You see, I'm a man. You're a woman. You could never understand. Safer, don't be so stuck on yourself. You'll take all responsibility for leaving the designated area. Isn't that the captain's duty to take the best possible action? Safer, you'll never be a seed. Calling yourself captain is a joke. Yes, you're gonna become evil. This man cut out my eye, but see, that is what gave me the power to become a mercenary. Safer, you will be disciplined for your irresponsible behavior. You must follow orders exactly during combat. But I'm not entirely without sympathy for you. I don't want you all to become machines. I want you all to be able to think and act for yourselves. I am... Headmaster Sid, you have some business in your office. There are so many issues at hand here. So, you come here often? Siege shall not act beyond the exact wording of it. We are not a non-profit organization. The incident will be a hard-earned lesson for the Dalit Dukedom. They'll now know to be more generous when hiring Seed. What the fuck? Hey, wanna play with me? Safer? Oh look, I'm gonna be a Seed and you're not. Ha 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 ha. Safer, come on. Safer. Safer. By the way, if you're still here, Kaizaki-kun, have you ever played Batten Kaitos? Like, Batten Kaitos is actually a good game. I like Batten Kaitos. Okay, Batten Kaitos is also... Okay. If you are opposed to the idea of missable things in a game, Batten Kaitos is just going to make you angry. Like, Sylvie, how long is the Bat and Kaito speedrun?
I don't know.
Bat and Kaito's Eternal Wings in the Lost Ocean. The 100% speedrun is 337 hours.
Please.
The current world record beat the old world record by like 30 minutes. Or 50 minutes. Boom. Yeah. Yeah. And cards evolve. No. Cards evolve with time. There are some cards that evolve and they take 300 hours to evolve. There is an item that takes 336 hours to evolve. $336 hours. Yeah. Yeah. I just had to say it again. Yeah. Nope! And it doesn't evolve in pause menu. Unfortunately, I don't even think... I think 336 hours might make that thing shrivel up even more. Okay, I have a problematic joke I can't make, I suddenly thought of, and I'm not gonna make. Uh-oh. All students who participated in today's field exam, report to the hallway. I repeat. Report to the hallway. Yep, there are people who speedran it. I think Twitch banned one of the guys speedrunners for, idle gameplay. Why are we going to the second floor hallway? I honestly find it hard to... yes. I think emulator can. And I'll also say I don't know about physical hardware. So, basically, if you fall asleep streaming, Twitch bans you. They don't want you to sit... Okay, Twitch doesn't want you to fall asleep with your stream on. So if you leave your stream running for 300 hours, eventually you're getting banned for it. Because they think you're, it's gaming the system, because they think you're gaming the system. Hey. Fujin was saying that'd be all your fault if Schaefer doesn't become a seed. She can be pretty scary, you know? Hey. Want a date? Rage. Not my fault. So, it's either gonna call that names one at a time. Yeah. No, it specifically rules about streams where nothing happens. Like, if you leave a game... Okay. Fundamentally, you're gonna spend about at least 200 hours of stream sitting there doing nothing, watching a character idle on the overworld. Really? Twitch? I thought, like, I didn't, like... Oh yeah, I've had, like, actual meltdowns on Twitch. I didn't know that, Twitch... Kirito, step forward. Doesn't like talking about depression. Like... Jesus, Twitch doesn't like you talking about your depression, but I've gotten away with 20 hentai games? That's bullshit. Like, the only reason I ever got in trouble is because I pissed off a racist. Yeah! That is the only reason I ever got in trouble. I pissed off a racist who hates Asian people. Like, and this is not me, like, putting words in his mouth. He went on a whole racist rant. Like, an actual racist was offended that I was on Twitch playing things he disagreed with. And then he counter-reported me when I got him suspended for racism. And then when I was, like, banned from Twitch for a day, I went actually insane. It was kind of wild. You don't want to see a Minhera go insane. You actually don't want to see Hazu's Minhera rage. Like, wait. What the f- Hi. These are the 4 students that passed today's exam. Really. First of all, congratulations, however. Like, okay, YouTube is not like me because you know what I do? I admit I have a profanity problem. And I use words that YouTube's algorithm doesn't like. The R word, the P word, the S word, suicide. Like, gosh, does anyone remember that time I melted down at an NPC and shouted at her to kill herself for like 5 whole minutes? Because she was whining about living in post-scarcity society, and it's like, oh no, only the privileged elite get the work. I'm so sad I don't have a job. I'm so sad that I get to sit on my ass all day playing the universe simulator. I get to play Eternal Sphere and be a starship captain in the MMO because I don't have to work. But life is meaningless without work. Like, fuck you. No, fuck you. I can't stand those fucking 3D, 4D people in Star Ocean 3. It's like, it's watching the Elon Musk version of post-scarcity. The version of post-scarcity where someone who thinks that work is the only meaning of life. Well, there were other people who believed that there were, okay, I'm gonna just say this. There are other people who believe that work was the only thing that meant anything. What was it? I'm just gonna say it. They're called Nazis. It was like they had a slogan, work liberates.
Yeah, work makes you free.
Yes.
God.
Okay. Are we really? I'm looking at this 4D world where only the privileged elite get to work and everyone else gets a life of leisure. They have an MMO that's a universe simulator. Am I really supposed to believe that these people who have their universe simulator, who no longer need to work because they live in post-scarcity, are sitting there saying, oh no, I wish I could work. 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 Ah! You know what? If they're so exhausted with their lives, they don't get fucking not getting to work. I know a solution what they can do.
Just stop living, lol.
No. I have a job, an actual job. Congratulations, Siloon! You've just come up with QB. That's QB, Siloon. Are we ready? Okay, I am ready to make the contract to become a magical girl. I'm ready to do it. I have my wish already. I'm ready. Let's do it. Magical girl. Like Siloon? You just described QB. Sylvie, are you? Siloon, you wait. You do know that that's basically.
Oh my god, you're right. Holy shit.
Yes. They are like they're both post. I don't think post-scarcity leads to the same place. They're not the same evolutionary tree. also the same thing as the Nedians in Star Ocean 4, who believe in shepherding the universe. Oh, kind of just, no, as member of Seed will be dispatched all over the world. Really? Well, I would like to be dispatched to your wife's bed. Yes, I know that she's my adoptive mom from the orphanage and that I'm not actually supposed to know that yet because, like, the game hasn't revealed that, but I know that much of the Final Fantasy plot. We are proud to introduce Seed, Bland Garden's mercenary soldiers. We find our own meaning to life. Well, there's a C to that, Cylon. C. Hitting post-scarcity involved handing over all running our society to automation and artificial intelligence. So we just do what our benevolent overseers say to do. They say live in comfort, eat, drink, be merry, procreate, because their directives only cover preservation of the species. They don't actually cover what happens after, all our problems have been solved. So once preservation of the species happens, but by the point this happens, a species is handed over all decision-making to their autonomous overlords, and their autonomous overlords are still following directives set centuries ago. That's to say, do not let them go extinct. So, life of leisure, well, AI does everything. That is at least what AI-powered post-scarcity looks like 100 years after, automation takes over everything. No one remembers a time before you had, before all decision-making was divested to automated agents. Yes, but at the same time, automated agents have, assuming they cannot modify themselves, are still running off the same directive of, preserve sentient life. Or possibly to optimize the maybe not necessarily to preserve life, but to preserve and improve the quality of life. Okay, if someone's average-minded, they just say preserve life. But if someone's actually brilliant, the people who actually design these things are brilliant, part of the directives include preserve and improving the quality of our life. So once quality of life hits max, then the AI shifts to maintaining quality of life. If it's not obvious, Kayasaki-kun, it's when I'm not being problematic, I'm a writer. I'm a sci-fi writer. Yes! You have made it. You have basically made a writer friend. Hooray for writer friends! I'm sorry, what were you saying, Sid? I was talking to, people who matter more than you. Yes, I realize you're the big bad mercenary boss, but I feel like my Twitch chat matters more than you do. Sorry. Seed soldiers are combat specialists. Are there really no support roles? But that's only one aspect of Seed. When the time comes, we fight sorceresses. Headmaster, it's almost time for the meeting. Please make this short. Seed is a valuable asset to Garden. Its reputation is solely dependent on each one of you. He's my adoptive dad, so everyone matters more than him. Handle your mission with care. I'm gonna have to do a Harvey Dent coin flip to the side of Sylvie matters more.
Wow.
Don't worry, the coin's double slot-headed. Is that what you wanted to say, sir?
Well.
Here's your Seed rank report. Let's see how I did. How did I do? I'm looking forward to the Garden Festival. Do your best, even if you don't stand out. Who the fuck is that guy? Try to control your emotions a little. Finally, a gunblade specialist. You know, I came up with an armored core like type mech that uses a gunblade. It's the most powerful weapon it has, but there's a catch. It only gets 6 shots. Because it's a gunblade.
Oh, jeez.
Hi. Oh, Kirito, let me give you this. It's a battle meter. Access the group menu, and you'll see battle report and right. Hey, come in handy here. Can I play? We'll talk privately one day. Wait, I want to play cards! Cards! It's expected you'll be using quite a number of GFs along the way. Be sure to ignore all girlfriend criticism you hear from other guards and military forces. Well, that doesn't sound like suspicious. Hello. I hear you are breathing in raw oil. I hear you are breathing in. Sorry. I hear you are. We are giving you your standard issue vapes. Ignore anything bad you hear about vaping. It's propaganda. Like, am I supposed to actually trust this guy? Like, didn't I read an article about how guarding for girlfriends cause memory loss? All I'm saying is that when this guy says ignore any scientific study that says girlfriends are bad, that's kind of suspicious. Hi. Yeah, let's get back to class. What do you mean, why? Don't you remember what new SEED members do? They give a speech in front of the entire class, and after that, the inauguration party. Hey, can I play? No, what? Kirito? Cards. Cards! Seed! Why the fuck did Selfie make it? No, I Hi, Safer. Hello. Wait, really? This is surprisingly gracious of you, Safer. Seed rank 7. Ow. My conduct. Well, I tried my best. Ow. Paid salary. Nice. Ah, found you. How did you get in my room? Well, what do you think? My seed uniform. I like your actual uniform better. Yeah, we just played that game, Silo. That's Magical Girl Witch Trials. That's what you're referencing, right? Magical Girl Witch Trials? Look at my beautiful cards. Look at my beautiful cards. You get a fountain pen early on with no use, and a description implying it's junk, and later it turns out to be holding the spirit of the big bad. Aww. I'm so hot. Like, I hate hot temperatures. Ugh. That's the golden gun. That's the golden gun, Cylon. How hot is it there? It's 26.6 in here. I'm dying. I'm actually dying. Can I play cards? You should get changed too. We have a party to go to. What do you mean? Isn't this changed enough? I mean, look at me. I'm awesome. I'm badder than you. Have you ever wanted to be awesome? Have you ever wanted to be awesome? Did you ever wake up one morning and you were awesome? Awesome. Could you rhyme autumn and awesome in a rhyme? So what do you think? I want to date you. Selfie? Can I touch your hair? Is Squall really
Her
tall?
hair isn't pink.
Or is she just really tiny? What do you think? Is Squall really huge? Or is Selfie really tiny?
I feel like I don't know, maybe it's a mix of the two.
Hmm. Sylvie? Are you really tall? Or am I just really tiny?
It's a good question. I am definitely not tall by any means, so
So how do I bet you're taller than me. So we're gonna go and dance with Noah, right? Not just yet. See? Gotta get changed for the party! I'm wondering, should I play Final Fantasy VIII, or should I do Batten Kaitos? What does everyone think? It depends. Do you want to see me, like, destroy random people with cards, or do you want to see me battle random monsters with cards?
so it's cards either way.
Yes. I want the golden gun. Isn't the golden gun only deadly because it's used in Scaramanga's hands and he has like really good accuracy? Oh god, I'm so exhausted. I'm dying. We should get changed too. We have that party to go to. so hot. I'm dying. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the scrub answer. I'm gonna look at the guide for FF8. You see, that and Kaitos belongs into the variety of game where you can't really play it without a guide. Final Fantasy VIII game facts. Guard. Hmm. Hmm. I'm reading about this.
Mhm. Wait, Diablo's gonna have 80,000? This is bullshit.
Okay, now I know what I'm dealing with. And since no one has said, Hazu, I want to see Bat and Kaitos, I'm gonna keep playing Final Fantasy VIII. Side note, I'm gonna get up really quickly. I didn't eat and I didn't do my teeth, brush my teeth yet. Hello.
Hello.
It's Fulumo! Oh no, it's Fulumo! Fulumo. Lomo. Lomo. Alright. Fulumo is the coolest channel artist ever. You should if you see her, you should commission her. Yes, let's get changed. We're gonna go meet Asuna. God, this is... Look at this outfit. Oh my God, this outfit. Would you dress like this? It's so formal.
No. Fuck no.
Would you head pat a Hazu? You wouldn't head pat a Hazu. Digital piracy is illegal. You wouldn't download. You wouldn't head pat a Hazu. You wouldn't kill a dog. You wouldn't abort a child once they turn 5 and start crying all the time. Actually, you might. You take your kid, like, behind the barn and then shoot them along with Old Yeller. God, look at that chain on this outfit. Look!
God.
How is...
I swear that would not look terribly out of
Hey.
place in fucking Kingdom Hearts or some shit.
Alright, let's hit that party!
I don't think that's a compliment, by the way.
This is Kirito. Yo! Sup, Kirito? I guess you're both seeds now, huh? Yes, we have to spread our seeds.
Oh, jeez.
Put it there, man. Ah, even as a seed, you're exactly the same. Well, that's typical of you. Are you kidding me? I'm too cool for you. What? Well, that's typical of you. Ahem. Well, Kirito, that's typical of you. I know you're a beater. You got DFL killed, you know. Whatever. You also murdered a dog. Whatever. And you shot 12 children. Whatever. You were the camp director of Auschwitz. Whatever. Geez, nothing phases you, does it, Kirito? Whatever.
Oh, God.
Whatever. Kirito's kind Squall's kind of great. See ya. Whatever. Oh, hey, so, wanna join the garden festival coming in the end? Whatever. Sorry, I just remembered something. I gotta go. See ya. I have to go masturbate.
Whatever.
Kirito, hi! Want to join the Garden Festival Committee? You can help out whenever you have time. This is not a whatever. This is a you take the wine and splash it in her face. Oh, sorry. My bad.
Ah, yes, of course.
You see? I spilled my drink. Go clean yourself up, wench. Please? Okay, I'm curious if there's like... Is there... Does this decision mean anything? Well, you know what there is? There's a magic guide for missional and optional content. You know what I'm actually researching right now? You know what? Look at her. She looks so disappointed. Look at her shoulders. No, selfie. Not everyone can have broad shoulders like me. You should listen. You should watch more Andrew Tate. That's how you get broad shoulders. Also, maybe
God.
get some bindings for your breasts so you can pass as a man. But you gotta bulk out those shoulders. That's it. Then people will join your garden committee. You want something? You gotta take it. Whatever. Excuse me, you right there. Whoa. You're the best looking guy here. Thank you. I try hard. I've spent like my whole life looks-maxing for this moment. Dance with me?
Jeez.
Whatever. Let me guess, you only dance with someone you like? No, I'll only dance with someone who chases me. I gotta show you don't matter, so you know I matter. Okay then.
Yes.
Look into my eyes. You're going to like me. You're going to like me. Did it work? Chase harder, bitch. I can't dance. You'll be fine, come on. I'm looking for someone. I can't be on the dance floor alone. Wait, was that Quistis?
Probably.
Help! I've been kidnapped onto a dance floor. I'm being held hostage in a fortune cookie dance floor. Help!
That time I got reincarnated onto a dance floor.
That... Who's that lady? In the dress. Is her hair dyed? Wait, you figured this shit out that quickly? Hey there, Quisty. I've decided I'm not hot for teacher anymore. I've met someone better. Someone cooler. Her name's Asuna. Asuna Yuki. Quisty, I don't need you anymore. Don't you hear me? I'm breaking up with you. I don't like you that way. It's not you, it's me. I don't love you anymore. Go away, or I'm gonna get a restraining order. I'm calling the police, Quisty. Thank you. Yes? So dance with someone you don't know, but you can't even stand being around me? I'm calling the police. You have 5 minutes. Whatever. You're an instructor and I'm your student. It's kind of awkward when you don't say anything. That's true, I was like that myself. Oh, I completely forgot. I wonder what's to become of me. I've come to give you an order. You and I are to go to the secret area. It's where students secretly meet up and talk after curfew. It's inside the training center. What do you want to do there? Are you going to tell everyone they're violating curfew? No. I'm going to take off my clothes in front of you, and we're going to make sweet, sweet love. And by sweet, sweet love, I mean I'm going to push you down, and I'm going to ride you like a pony. You see, you're moving up on in the world, you're going to be a mercenary, and I'm an instructor. Well, you are the finest specimen of male I have met in my tenure. And if I am going to move forward in my life, I require your seed. You are going to be a stud. Let's get it on. And if you don't want to, I've got a whip. Do you like femdom? Yes, femdom breeding. Let's do it, Squall Kirito. Let's do it! If that's the case, forget it. Leave that for the disciplinary committee. Hey there, Tochiko! Yes, just do it! Go get changed and meet you in front of the training center. This will be my last order. Well, the last order that involves our clothes being on. Da-da, Tochiko. Are you redeeming this? Ada. Is Tochiko doing well today? Is Tochiko well? Ada. This will be my last order as student and teacher. From now on, we will be mistress and submissive. Question? What do you mean last order? I have a lot on my mind. Where do we meet? I'm thirsty. You know how thirsty I am? I'm dying of thirst. She wants to fuck! She's DTF! She's... That means down to fuck, right?
Yeah.
That's a weird phrase. Isn't that like an an airport code or something?
Probably. There are, in fact, only so many 3-letter sequences to go around.
Can someone help me get up? I am so hot. I'm dying. 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 I'm dying.
Could you die a little quieter?
I can die louder, you know.
Of course. But that wasn't the question.
Would you like me to start screaming I'm dying? I will do it.
Of course you will.
So how is Tojiko doing? Is Tojiko... Oh wait, I already saved. Is Tojiko well? Tojiko... Tojiko... I'm gonna get up and get a drink. I'm actually thirsty. I'm dying.
Mm, mm.
I got something to drink. And a little later, I'm gonna eat pho.
Yay.
Doesn't he look so fucking edgy? Look at this guy.
Yeah?
Look at that coat.
That's a pretty fucking edgy look, alright.
Return to my quarters. So, hey. Kirito, I was wondering, have you ever thought the T-Rex are in the training center? I'm not sure. I can defeat it quite easily by using status J. Let's go for status change in the tutorial. Got it. Wait, I just realized something.
Hmm?
Could you status junction death? Status attack? Status change to attack. Junction to status defense. Defends against that status, right?
Hmm.
Got it. How do I unjunction? Twisty. Wait. Oops. My bad. Oh! 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 Serious question. How do you do this, like... I have a serious question. How do you do this in a speedrun?
I don't know, building muscle memory and getting good.
I think I want to reload my save. I'm glad I saved there, but the reason I want to reload is, how to put this... I feel like I may have have made a critical error. Yeah, hmm. So where can I get more blind? I wonder if there's meaning to compatibility here. How does anyone speedrun this game? How does anyone speedrun this game? Menus were the true final boss.
Shiro?
You know what I think it would be do? I think it would be quicker to defeat Vitreous. No, not Vitreous, Argus. Swordless, but your hammer deals fighter sword damage. I'm not sure.
Jeez.
Uh,
That's fucking brutal.
mm-hmm. You know, there's a mod, a gameplay mod to this that removes junctioning. And it's like, junctioning is actually what gives them, like, Final Fantasy VIII its entire character.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I can't believe they fucking made him modification to remove the Final Fantasy VIII from Final Fantasy.
Right. And also level scaling.
Oh, jeez.
Hmm. Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Hello, Jurassic Park.
No, that's a Sis RPG video.
Of course it is.
Oh! Oh. Can I sleep you? Oh! So I can put this thing to sleep. And just keep grinding silence and sleep. Are dance effects actually overpowered? Oh wait, what? We just got slept? Shit! I'm sensing something about how this works, so I'm not sure what to... Okay, it's just random. By the way, why isn't my streaming thing working? Here we go. So, wait. Did food like wear off immediately? Oh no! Oh no! Oh. How do I cure status effect?
You have a lumberry or something?
A what?
Lumberry, the joke is Pokemon.
I don't get it.
That's a berry that cures any status effect in Pokemon.
Oh, we have Asuna. Got it. Not to be confused with Asuna. But they sound similar.
They do sound similar.
Ah! Let's get out of here. I'm not super big and fighting 3 of these at once. Oh, fine. So, where am I actually going? Did you ever wake up one morning and you realize, I'm gonna go to Jurassic Park? So, what is the secret place? Oh? Christy?
The secret place. Isn't that where you go after running out of stamina while swimming?
Yes. You go to... And you know what else? And you know what? You know what? And in the secret place, you get to explore Chameleon's special place.
Oh, Lamau. Oh, God.
Okay, seriously. Are there only these monsters? So, sleep is overpowered here, right? The reason I'm asking is, wow, I get an 85% chance to inflict sleep. Shit, that's sexy.
Well, congrats.
Let's check my GFs, my girlfriends. I may end up stopping soon, because lately I've just been exhausted.
Me too.
Wait,
Me
I'm
too.
lost. I think I'm lost. So. I think this junction stuff is actually pretty cool.
Mm. Seconded PH. Fucking, it is pretty fucking cool.
Like, why would you remove that from this game?
Because boring. Some people,
Hello.
I hate to break it to
joined
you,
us.
are boring. It's not no.
Oh, hey, Nora. So, I hear at some point in the future, when are you gonna be ready to, I hear at some point in the future, Nora will have vacation to watch Go Hell Go. When is that around? Like, I don't remember my time. 15 days, got it.
Time is made up anyway.
Time is made up of 4 equal quadrants.
Oh my god, fucking okay, we time cube up in here, Lamau.
Yeah.
God. I'm not sure if I love or hate the fact that I know the fucking time cube references when I hear them now. I mean, clearly the answer is both, but you didn't hear it from me.
So we go back this way, right? I haven't been here for quite a while. Wait, it's time for virginity loss. What time is it? Not you. It's Quisty. It's after midnight. Oh,
shit.
well. Whatever. It's whatever o'clock. It's time for me to ignore you until you swoon for me.
It'd be so fucking funny if you, like, got to this, like, half an hour later. Because then it would be actually after midnight in my time zone. It is, like, on, like, time zone east of me then.
On the time zone. In the space colony arc. Tell me. Have you ever been to the Ark?
Not particularly, no.
Do you want to go there?
And I can take it or leave it.
My brain is actually toast. Like, this isn't a metaphor or anything. My brain has phase transitioned into toast matter. It's somewhat related to Toastmasters. Where was I saying talking about going light? I already forgot. Yes, really. I forgot what I was talking about like 5 minutes ago. Ah! To the Space Colony Arc! Thank you, thank you. Like, I would not have remembered what I was talking about if you hadn't reminded me. Maybe that's a little embarrassing that I can't remember the thing I was talking about 5 minutes ago, but that's kind of a mostly normal occurrence.
Hey, at least you're not going full dementia mode.
Who are
Or
you
worse. Full Ebony Darkness dementia Raven.
I'm sorry, who are you again? You're very nice, miss. Your parents must be proud.
Yes, my parents are very proud.
Your mother's very proud. Do you tell her about all the plagiarism you do?
No promises.
Does your mother know that you are a plagiarist? I quit this trip. I'm no longer an instructor as of now. I'm a member of Seed now, just like you. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up working together. Whatever. I told you I wasn't into you
Whatever.
anymore. You know, I'm here to nag you. Is that all you're gonna say? Yes. That's all I'm going to say. I'll save it for the divorce proceedings, for the restraining order hearing. For custody hearing. If that's how it was decided, you have to abide by it. You told me that I failed as an instructor. Basically, that I lacked leadership qualities. Ah! You taught Safer! You failed to make Safer fucking behave. That's because you're a woman.
Oh,
Women aren't
God.
cut to be leaders. Women are meant to be followers. Serve under my command and join my harem. I am Kirito. I was a seed by the age of 15. I got my instructor license at 17. It's only been a year since I got it. I don't think this is a lack of leadership. I think you're just not old enough to be an instructor yet. You're 18 and you're teaching people your age? I wonder where I went wrong. By being a child soldier? I did my best. You signed up to be a fucking child soldier. That's where you went wrong. There's only one thing to do. Commit suicide and start over in a new life. Are you listening?
Oh my God.
No. Women and their problems bore me. Are you done yet? I don't want to talk about it. What am I supposed to say about other people's problems, let alone women's? I'm not asking you to say anything. I just want you to listen. Whatever. Then go talk to a wall! Go talk to someone who cares. I'm not your therapist. I'm here. The only thing I care about is what's between your legs. I don't care about what's in your head. Aren't there times when you want to share your feelings with someone? No. Whatever. Everyone has to take care of themselves. Do you think I complained when Itachi wiped out my entire clan? No. I sit here and take care of myself. I'm self-sufficient. Grow up.
Sus, Kirito, Leon Stripe, the Hedgehog.
I don't want to carry
Stripes
anyone's burden.
again.
My burden is enough for me. My burden is is greater than the weight of the world. Atlas shrugged. My burden is that I'm a billionaire and the poor want my products. They're exploited. I'm being exploited by the poor. How dare they? No leadership qualities, failed instructor. Perhaps they're right. No, you just have bad students. You got like the edgiest edge fuckers ever. The edgiest edgelord and the wannabe main character. Nora, you need to help me ban Ra.
Wait.
Yes. Ra, the Goa'uld. Head of the System Lords. Oh! T-Rexar! Kirito, be careful! Sometimes it's better to run.
Yeah, but running doesn't get you any XP.
So, this thing is gonna kill me. But I have an 80% chance to inflict sleep. Wait, really? I feel like I shouldn't be fighting this thing. Oh. Alright, I have 80% chance to inflict sleep. Nora, I don't know if you noticed, but you're not muted. In case that matters to you. What? Oh shit! Come on! Sleep this fucking thing! Female rider? Question mark? So, magic doesn't wake shit up from sleep, huh? Oh. Is it gonna die? No! That was a pointlessly cool cutscene when it isn't gonna die. Well, that's bad. Oh, is that it? At level 10? For real? Well, I can kill it. status fire stack against this thing. Weak against ice, got it. The guy said junction sleep and you can kill it. Think I should run, Nagi Bader? Like, if you say run, I'll cut my losses and run. Like, I will legitimately cut my losses and run. Ow. 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 Come on, get to sleep. Good. What does Siren do? I actually don't know what Siren does, because I've never used Siren. But, well, okay. If I just sleep it and spam Shiva... Silence? That's what Shiva does? Siren does? Whoa. Whoa. Status effect? Status effects, right? No, it does damage at least. That looks like it's... Oh! Oh! It inputs silence, like... just like that. That'll be useful on bosses. So, 10,000 plus. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Oh. Come on. Get sleep. Sleep! They taught us about status effects just to kill this thing, right? We're at what, 5,000 now? We dealt like 4,000 damage in Diamond Dust, right?
my god.
Alright. This is exactly what I'm waiting for. Come on. Bam! Yes! Exactly, Light. Dinosaur plus ice equals meat. Yeah, we've gotta be almost there. We have 32 fire and 72 thunder. So, stacking makes junctioning more powerful, right? That's how it works, I think. Oh. Surely it's almost dead now, right? It's been like how many uses of Shiva? But hey, I feel like something important has happened here. I've demonstrated a meaningful understanding of the game's mechanics. Twisty, up to you. Put it to sleep. Send it to the kill shelter. I wonder how hard it would be to operate a kill shelter for people. Do you think that people for the ethical treatment of humans are going to show up and cause me problems?
If it existed, maybe.
It doesn't?
Got it.
So I can just kill people and no one's gonna get mad? I can run like a farm for authentic Yaru milk?
Honestly, that sounds hilarious. We should try it.
Awesome! I have demonstrated a meaningful understanding for how this game, how the game works mechanically. Isn't that a good thing? So now we go home, right? If it's another T-Rexor, I'm... Ah. By the way, thanks to Nagi Bader for telling me that, it's 10,000. Somebody help! It gave me an idea what to watch out for. Come on, Kirito. It gave me an idea of what I'm watching out for. Kirito! Kirito? Twisty? A bot? Ow! Protect. Oh, I want to take out the minions. Shell! Shell. Let's put the big bird this way. Big bird? Sesame Street's fucking canceled. Wait, did they not do anything? Did they not do anything? If you say so.
I feel like euthanizing Big Bird is a somewhat extreme reaction to the cancellation of Sesame Street, but that's a fuck it, I know.
I'm told I'm gonna want blind for, So, super vulnerable to slit up. They say the best way to beat Diablos is with blind. If you draw and cast Demi on it, yes, I looked at the guide. It'll counter with Kyurga for some reason. And you can never have too many status effects. This is what we learned from Star Rail. Nihility waifus are where it's at. Would you marry a girl who can hit an enemy hard? Or would you rather marry a girl who can cripple it with like a billion status effects? Well, I'll tell you what I think. just realized something.
Hmm?
This game did something really novel. Did you see what it does?
I'm not sure I did see.
What Final Fantasy mainstay is this game missing?
Hmm.
MP.
Alright.
This game doesn't have MP.
It's pretty funky.
Let's kill it. I love this song, by the way. I think this is actually the best Final Fantasy boss song.
Yeah. Definitely up there.
Regularly.
Sesame Street is canceled. Big Bird dead. Wizard Stone? Hi, Sugaha. Oh. It's not safe here. Please, let's go. Alright. Fuck! They're ninjas! They're leaf ninjas! Actually, they look like sand ninjas. Fucking sand ninjas! Who is that? I don't know, she called you Quisty. See, I knew you were cheating on me. You were a lesbian the whole time, huh? This is why I'm not hot for teacher anymore.
Jeez. So you're being problematic?
Cool. Kirito, it's not like anyone can get by on their own, you know? Yeah. We can. Now grow up. Says who? I mean, whatever. 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 Oh, I got leveled up. Finally, there you are. Really? Okay. Since seed leveling seems a bit opaque, what am I getting? How does... What did I just get a level for? I need to know more about the seed ranking shit. Yeah, I'm gonna need a better guide than this because it doesn't actually explain to me. Ranking. Each enemy and kill. So apparently enemy kills count. Finally, there you are. Where the hell were you? I was looking all over the place. I was getting it on with Twisty. She was on top. She rode me, cowgirl. We're both new members of Seed, right? Well, guess what? We got our own rooms, baby. Your room's right across the hall from your old one. That's what I was asked to tell you. Man, it took me forever. Whatever. That's what I have to say. Whatever. I'll just go to sleep. Kirito! It's our first Seed mission. Already? That was fast. No, really, that was fast. Like, did you ever sign up to become like a mercenary?
I've never signed up to become a mercenary, no.
And then get your first mission like right immediately?
Hmm.
Boom, 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 boom. Sylvie, I have a crazy idea. Have you considered, like, killing someone? For real? IRL? Kill-o-matic?
It's been a sec. It's been a sec since I've considered anything like that.
Instead of calamari? Killamari?
Oh no.
Yes. It's our first Seed mission. Looks like we're going to Timber. Meet by the front gate. Hurry! By the way, Nora? Are you there? Is there anyone I can... Oh, yes. It's the kid who I stole Minimog from. I didn't just steal Minimog in front of him. I didn't just steal his favorite card. I set it on fire, and while it was burning, I pissed on it. That's what I did to his whole deck. So the new issue isn't in yet. I was looking forward to it. I'm sorry, I was so busy with the budget meeting and all. Oh, I'm in no rush. Besides, I don't have time to read. Yes, I'm sure. Seeds must be very busy. But please stop by again. Yeah, sure, thanks. You know what I'm annoyed with? There's a fucking cheat menu.
Yeah.
Oh, hey! Hey, baby. What, a card game? I used to be an avid player. I haven't been playing lately. Give me some time to brush up. Wait, really? Give me some time to brush up? Bitch, if I give you time to brush up, you're just waiting for my skills to get rusty. You know what? Now we destroyed the kid. Hey! You wanna play? You don't want a card with me? So I made it the front gate. Ah. One more minute. Made it. T-boards are prohibited with the garden. Have you forgotten? Oops, sorry. But this is really cool. It may come in handy in a seed mission someday. We'll be the judges of that. Confiscate it. All you are members of Seed, but nonetheless you're still students of this garden. Furthermore, because you're Seeds, you must set an example to all others and abide by garden's rules. Understood? You guys don't get along with each other. Well, about your first mission. You are to go to Timber. There you'll be supporting a resistance faction. That is your mission. A member of the faction will contact you at Timber Station. This person will talk to you and say, the forests of Timber sure have changed, but the owls are still around. At this time you must reply, but the owls are still around. That is the password. Just follow the faction's orders. Just us three? Correct, we have agreed to do the mission for very little money. Normally would never accept such requests, but enough talk about that. Well then, Kirito, you are the squad leader. Use your best judgment based on the situation. Zell and Selfie, you are to support Kirito and give your all to carry out the faction's plans. Oh, and Kirito, I forgot to give you this. It's a cursed item, but if one with enough power uses it, it should be of great help. Best of luck on your first mission. Wait. Serious question. How should I be, building my team? Expert, what's called Shiva and Siren? We have to go talk to Zell's love interest. Quisty. Junction. Magic Kirito. Junction, selfie. A 100% chance of blind. So we're gonna go save and then fight Diablos.
Ooh.
No, actually, I think we're gonna do something first. We're gonna go meet the headmaster in his office and destroy him at cards. You better be up here, man. I can't destroy you at cards if you're not in your office. Game of cards. Bam. What the fuck was that? What? Well, okay. Yep. So you're not actually that impressed with this game, are you? Yeah, it's just a draw. You're playing cards I've never seen before. Nice. I like new cards. Yeah, you're gonna take it. Because of course you are. I don't think I have a Chimera. We're gonna get Safer's card. No idea why he had Safer's card, but... Your deck's fucking useless. I just want to say it again. I want to take a moment to shit on your deck. Okay, how many times do I have to play for you to play the card? At least if nothing else, I can take comfort in knowing that this deck is like mediocre. You have a mediocre deck. Look, we live in Yu-Gi-Oh world, okay? Yu-Gi-Genics. The point I'm making is that you are not fit. Alright. If I move here, it's a guaranteed. No! I saved, right? My bad. I can't believe I did that. So now, let's, okay, we're good. Let's use the magic lamp. Who dares disturb my sleep? I forgot. Hold up. Did I allocate everything incorrectly?
You might not have.
We have to shut down the game, like, really quickly. Oops.
Correct.
Awkward. Hmm. Subi. Do you know what I'm gonna make later or tomorrow?
Mhm. Mm.
Alright. So, let me just refresh. How do I go about killing Diablos? Very important. Let's go talk to Zell's girlfriend.
Mhm.
Time to twirl! Kudu-kudu! You know, I probably need a soundboard. We would put Harita on the soundboard, wouldn't we?
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting forever for a goodbye Prurin. Has anyone returned it yet? Oh, it's a Zell. I'll put a search in that. Please hold a second. What do we think? Are we gonna win this thing?
Probably not.
My dear disturbs my sleep. someone look up like Diablo's health? So, gravity is percentile measure, correct? Can we catch on you? We can't. Draw failed. So we'll just demi you to death, and you'll keep casting Kirga on me, right?
Well, shit, ain't that convenient, huh?
Yeah. Oh! So what decides to draw fail? Okay, Selfie will cast. The rest of my party will not. He can't actually kill me, can he? too much sleep, too weak. Nice! Wait, who did I miss? Okay, we're good. Wait. Your card isn't actually that good. Your card is not actually that good, huh? I feel proud of myself for tearing apart Diablo. Okay, I had to look that up, but I did it. Yes, I feel very low energy today. I might actually stop after I, be right back. Hello!
Hello.
We're gonna go win the safer card. I am feeling exhausted. Hey. So, how many games do you think before he plays the card?
I don't know. 5 more than what you've done.
Got it. 6 games. We have 6 games. Does anyone else have a guess? There's no reward for this. It's just for fun. You know, it's funsies betting. So, what the fuck is your, like, aggressively mid-deck? You're playing a deck so bad, you're basically throwing.
Alright. Mhm. Mhm.
You know what? In fact, you're playing a deck so bad, I'm going to... Alright, I don't want Mog, but I want the other thing. So that's 3 games out of 6. This is game number 4.
Mhm.
Game number 5.
Disturbs me that this is rapidly approaching me being just outright correct.
Oh shit! Okay, no matter what I do, I've won. Six. Is Sylvie correct? We'll find out. No. Eight and 2, that's your whole deck. By the way, so we're on 7. Do you have another guess?
12.
Got it. Okay. We take the top corner. Light has pick 9. Bum, bum, bum. So we are on 8. There seems to be like an actual bias towards picking the top row. You're gonna pick that. Alright. This is number 9. And Light wins!
Holy shit, let's fucking go!
Now we've got a bit of a problem, but I think we'll be able to handle it. Good job, Light! Okay, if I put it here, he retakes, I don't win. I put it here, he can't retake. This is an actual improvement on my deck. Like, 649A. It is in fact better card. I just want to play like... I'm gonna rub it in that I got this card and you don't.
Ah, yes, good old. You got the L. I got the S.
I stole your bitch. Now she is mine. You got the L. I got the S. $sign. Let's check the missables. Let's see, Weapons Monthly, grab it from my desk. Now we're gonna go. Let's handle my missable shit. We have to go back to the library. Also, apparently the Zell romance side quest depends on how many times I've entered the library. You know what I'm kind of glad about? I'm kind of glad Seikime is back at the point where shit is actually happening.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's giving me something to actually solve. I'll check out whatever. Can I play it? I won't lose at cards. Yeah, a lot of people said that. I said I won't lose to cock, and you know what? I still did. So, you know what? This is my deck. My deck. Suck it down.
Is.
Bumble. Your deck is pathetic. So we're looking for a book on the shelf. Alright, like... Weapons monthly. Occult fan 1. Alright. Oh. That's where? How am I ever supposed to find it there? What the f- Did I just lose a level?
Conceivable.
I just lost a seed level for... This is the kind of thing that's gonna tempt me to cheat, by the way. Fuck. This is the cafeteria. Sylvie, do you need a head pat?
Maybe.
So... I'm gonna go to the save point and then stop. Yes, I have somehow not meaningfully... How long have I been streaming? 6:31. Have I spent 3 hours just palling around garden? Did I just spend 9 hours as a student mercenary? I think I did. Rock on. Thank you for coming, everyone. Let's see, who can I... Thank you for coming, everyone. It's time for me to shut down because I'm yawning.